Anything we need to deal with before we bring the jurors out?
While I'm thinking about it, it's probably not necessary, but for the record, to the extent we're going to be getting into today, I think, evidence that was the basis of our motions to suppress. Just want to make the court very clear for the record, I'm continuing to object to those based on those motions. I may or may not object at the time they present them again, but I just want to preserve that for the record.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I did go back over the order last night just to make sure everything was the same, so I've marked the appropriate times on the body camera footage when we get to Detective Cloud, who will be the next witness. And I don't think anything else should come up.
Okay. Anything else? You may remember this from another matter, but I'm a new day, new oath kind of judge. So I'll just have the clerk give you a new oath. All right. You can do it now. That's fine.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right. Bring in the jury. All right, everyone have a seat, please. I see that our jurors have indeed brought some layers. We are down about 5 degrees in this courtroom now. We're starting the day off at 67.8 degrees. So we'll see where we end up at the end of the day today. When we broke yesterday, this witness was on the stand. He is under oath, and you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Detective, I believe where we left off yesterday was at the 10:33 a.m. time frame on August 22nd.
Yes.
Okay. And so just to kind of pick up where we left off, this last clip here will play.
Clerk, can you turn our screen on?
She cannot, actually. It's
Can
basically
somebody
on
turn it
the monitor.
I apologize.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Larkin.
I need to learn that trick. Thank you.
It's pushing her buttons, sir.
Old dog.
All right, we'll resume this clip. And if you'll remind the jury, what street is that we see a white Nissan?
It is currently on Broad Street alongside the railroad track, turning onto Austell Powder Springs Road, traveling northbound, and will make a right-hand turn, which is eastbound on Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
Okay. And I can't remember if I asked yesterday, do we see the white Nissan captured on Broad Street after this 10:33 a.m. clip we just saw?
We do not.
Okay. All right. From there, kind of jumping ahead a little bit in the timeline. So what time are we now looking at on August 22nd of 2023?
This is just before 4 p.m. I'm sorry, just before 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay.
The military time, converting it for my testimony is said 1357 is, or 1359 is just before 2 p.m.
Okay, very good. Now, I believe this is the first time the jury is seeing this particular camera. So if you will, remind the jury where this location is.
This is the Griff Austell Mill. So I just refer to it as Austell Mill. Across the railroad tracks and to the right-hand side of the screen is Sweetwater Mill. And directly out in the center top of the frame is Austell Gas, but that's their operational building, which is not the same building as Austell Gas Administrative that we've been seeing video from.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this. Do you mind switching over? We're going to switch over just a moment to the map. Please don't hit your head. I'm going to turn this a little bit for the jury. Because this is kind of a newer area, if you will point out specifically where Austell Mill is, and then from that camera angle, we just saw what direction that we were looking.
So the Austell Mill sits just off of Joe Jerkins in this turn.
Made it a little darker. I don't know if that helps.
So this is the entrance to Austell Mill. Just across the tracks is the Sweetwater Mill. And Joe Jerkins makes a sharp turn here and continues. If we were traveling eastbound from the Austell Mill, we would pass the power line, or as you prefer to call it, the power line easement, and then continue on up to where Austell Gas Administrative Building, the cameras we've seen before are. So Joe Jerkins from Powder Springs Road, from Austell Powder Springs Road, continues along this path, turns, has a sharp turn across the tracks here at Austell Mill, and on the opposite side is Sweetwater Mill.
Okay, wonderful. And so we'll make this a little bit brighter maybe. So the direction that camera's facing that we just saw with the pallets and so forth, where is that?
That camera is mounted here on the side of this building, Austell Mill building, pointed out at the intersection.
Okay, so pointed out at that intersection where Joe Jerkins kind of makes that sharp turn.
Well, it really is only an intersection. Yes, it does make a sharp turn, but it's the intersection with the railroad tracks, the railroad crossing.
All right, very good. Thank you. You can take a seat again. All right, so now that we've oriented the jury a little bit, looking at 2 p.m. on August 22nd, what direction of travel are we focusing for the vehicle of interest?
I believe in this clip, the vehicle will be traveling westbound, so it'll come into view from the left-hand side of the screen where the there's a gate with a screen structure on it. So there's a yellow placard, I believe, over there. So it'll come in from that side. It's traveling westbound, and will turn and continue on Joe Jerkins.
All right, we'll go ahead and play that clip. I'm going to back it up just a minute here. In the daylight in some of these clips, are you able to see that body side molding?
Yes, it's more distinctive. It generally takes on the color, like if it's daylight and the road is darker. It may be like it may not be chrome, but it has a reflective quality to it.
Okay.
And so at certain times it appears darker and more distinct.
Now, when having found and identified this clip at 2 p.m., did you look at the other cameras in the area to see if this vehicle was ever on Broad Street?
I did.
Okay, did you find it on Broad Street around this time frame?
I did not.
All right, next in the timeline here. Whoops, sorry. All right, what time frame are we now looking at on August 22nd?
6:46 in the evening, so p.m.
Okay. And this one, I know we just saw Austell Mill. What plant or location are we now looking at?
This is what they call their entrance to the mill camera for the Sweetwater Mill.
Okay.
And so we're looking at this point, Joe Jerkins is north and south because of the turn. It's now kind of north and south. But the vehicle is traveling in such a manner that it will end up, it could end up going east on, continuing on Joe Jerkins. However, in this clip, it's blocked by a train, which is stopped on the tracks.
You'll point out, where is that train track? Just to orient the jury.
To the left-hand side of the jury, you actually can see an engine. I believe it's the lead engine from that train, and the train has stopped.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and play this clip. And while we're watching here, the first angle we saw versus the second, is that camera mounted at relatively the same position, just different angles?
They're not mounted side by side, but this is another camera off of the Sweetwater Mill system that looked out and in the background captured a portion of Joe Jerkins here looking at the railroad tracks. The mill over top of the train in the background is the Austell Mill.
This that I'm kind of circling with the mouse?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so having been stopped by the train, do we see the white vehicle turning around?
Yes, the Nissan does like a 3-point turn and returns at this point southbound on Joe Jerkins out of view.
Now, was that the last clip you were able to identify of the white Nissan of interest on August 22nd of 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
For August 22nd, that was the last time that I noted and selected any video that indicated that vehicle was in the area.
Okay, very good. So now moving on to a new day. So now looking at August 23rd of 2023. We will go back to a camera that the jury is now familiar with. What time of day are we looking at on August 23rd?
So this is just after 1 a.m. in the morning on August 23rd.
And this is back at the rail fan camera?
It is the rail fan camera.
Right, and what direction of travel are we focusing on for the vehicle of interest?
The vehicle will turn from Veterans Memorial Highway onto Austell Powder Springs Road.
And are you able to see the body side molding of the white Nissan?
Yes, it's the second white vehicle traveling. You can also note the more distinctive Nissan style grille. The vehicle also had dark tinted windows, which was, we've only talked about a couple of the attributes of the vehicle, but there were more characteristics that were identified than just the body side molding. It's just that it appears to be unique as compared to other vehicles.
Okay. And so when you're looking at vehicles, are there some characteristics that will be consistent throughout a particular make and model?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you're trying to be more distinctive, do you look for individual characteristics of vehicles?
Yes.
Right. And so here, in terms of I'm not a car person, so what wouldn't come with your standard Nissan Altima? What were some of those features of the white Nissan you were specifically interested in?
So this particular vehicle had a sunroof, in addition to the body side molding. I don't recall whether the wheels of this vehicle were in any way unique or aftermarket. But the dark tinted windows, darker than a normal tint, were unique.
So those three main features: dark tinted windows, sunroof, and the body side molding.
For me, yes.
Okay.
I didn't note any, so there are cases where there's significant damage to a vehicle that may be extremely unique because it's the result of some accident or collision. But in this case, the car appeared to be, not have any significant damage that stood out or created a more unique look.
Okay. All right. After that 1 o'clock clip, we are going to switch over, and I know this one, I think, is the first time seeing this intersection in the dark. Is this the same intersection we saw previously from August 22nd?
It is the Cobb County 1276 at Austell Powder Springs and Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
All right. And so just, I know you can kind of see it on the street sign a little bit, but this street closest to us is what street?
Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
And then right past or I guess it's right before is it right before or right after, but where my mouse is, what street is that?
Broad Street.
Broad Street, okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and play that clip. All right, and are we able to, what direction is the white Nissan with the dark tinted windows, the sunroof, and the body side molding turning?
It's turning onto Joe Jerkins Boulevard and will be traveling at that point westbound.
And traveling westbound on Joe Jerkins Boulevard, assuming someone were to stay straight on Joe Jerkins, would they pass the power line access off of Joe Jerkins?
Yes.
Continuing from there, and I know this looks a little bit different as well. This camera we're looking at, is that the same camera we saw from 2 p.m. the day prior?
It is.
Now here, what area, after doing kind of a U-turn or three-point turn, what direction does the white Nissan start traveling?
So the vehicle comes into view of this Austell Mill camera that we had seen in the daylight. It comes into view from traveling westbound and U-turns in the kind of a wider intersection because they have truck entrances. and there are trucks that utilize both sides of this view for the Austell Mill, and the vehicle turns and then begins traveling back eastbound on Joe Jerkins.
Now, if this vehicle were to remain on Joe Jerkins traveling eastbound, would it cross over the power line a second time?
It would pass the entrance to the easement for the power line, yes.
All right, in that particular clip, what is the exact time there that we can see?
That time frame is at 1:02 and 50 seconds. I believe that's the starting point of that clip.
Sure.
So it's 2 minutes past the time we see the vehicle turning from the Fusus camera, the DOT camera at Austell Powder Springs and Joe Jerkins.
And is that approximately a 2-minute drive from that intersection down
Yeah.
to Austell Mill?
I would say it's even less. I don't recall the time on the Austell Powder Springs, but I think it's just around 1:01.
Okay. All right, and then looking again, so now we're at the same exact camera. What is the timestamp of this second clip from Austell Mill in the midnight hours or so?
Yeah, this is approximately 4 minutes or so later, 1:06 in the morning.
Okay.
On the 23rd of August, 2023.
Now, to your knowledge, are these businesses open or anything at this hour of the night?
Yes, the mills have some level of operation, particularly the Austell Mill. I know during overnight hours, I would see activity on the site.
Okay. Do you ever see the car stop completely or anyone get out of the vehicle?
The car appears to stop completely in the roadway on Austell at the beginning of this clip that we
Sure.
just viewed, but there's never any, that I noted, any door opening or anyone stepping out of the vehicle.
It's probably a better question. Do you ever see it park?
No, I don't see it parked.
All right, and did you check for the cameras that capture Broad Street at the 1 a.m. hour?
I did.
Okay, and did you find the white Nissan on Broad Street at the 1 a.m. hour?
No, for this particular time frame, entering the area at just after or seconds after 1 a.m., traveling along Austell Powder Springs Road, turning onto Joe Jerkins, turning around in the roadway, returning eastbound on Joe Jerkins, and then coming back into view. I checked for any of those time frames for the camera that covers Broad Street at the church and did not find the Nissan traveling on Broad Street at that time.
Alright, now looking at 9:30 in the morning. Alright, what camera are we at, skipping ahead to 9:30 in the morning?
So this camera is, again, the Austell gas camera. This is their camera. I think they designate it left front. It's looking at Joe Jerkins Boulevard, and the vehicle of interest in this case for this clip will come into view from the left-hand side of the screen, traveling to the right, which is westbound.
Go ahead and play this clip. Looking where I've paused it here, are you able to see a sunroof?
Yes,
And are you able to see the body side molding?
yes.
Alright. And that's at 9:30 in the morning?
Yes,
Okay.
that's during the 9:30 hour.
Alright, so now we are going to skip ahead a tiny bit. What was the next clip you were able to find with the white Nissan?
The vehicle appears in the Austell Mill camera view, traveling, continuing westbound and taking the corner here at 9:44 on the 23rd.
And so is that 14 minutes later?
Yes, approximately.
Were you able to locate the vehicle on any of these cameras in that 14-minute gap period?
No. In looking at this time frame from the camera view of Broad Street from the AME Church, the vehicle did not turn into that area
Okay.
or travel along Broad Street.
And so we saw in the last second or two a change in cameras. That second camera is from which facility?
Sweetwater Mill, and that's their entrance mill camera.
And so is that a continuation on Joe Jerkins?
Yeah, the vehicle has passed the semi-truck that was pulled off on the opposite side of the road. And this was just to capture a side view of the vehicle, a continuation of travel on Joe Jerkins Boulevard.
Now, in this 14-minute gap period that you were looking, I mean, did you even go back to Austell Gas to like zoom into that corner that captures Broad Street and everything to see if you ever see the white Nissan?
Yes,
But you still didn't see it.
I did not. Again, that camera is triggered by motion, and generally during daylight hours, it's can pick up from either side, appears to, and may have had vehicle traffic flowing by, but not the Nissan.
All right, so we are going to come out of this for just a second here, and then I'm going to go back. Let me just pull up the video I need. So we're going to now go to State's Exhibit 271. What was the next time that you observed this vehicle on any footage?
On any footage, it would have been Fusus cameras.
Okay. I want to skip ahead to the 11 o'clock hour, though.
Yes.
So looking at around 11 in the morning, were you able to find this vehicle on any footage?
Yes. I had seen the vehicle enter into Racetrack located off Austell Road at Windy Hill Road.
And, so this racetrack that's at Austell Road and Windy Hill Road, is the address the 2377 Austell Road we spoke of yesterday?
I believe so, yes.
And is that technically a Marietta address?
I think so, but I didn't look it up.
That's okay. Did you look up the distance of that specific racetrack to the power line entry off of Joe Jerkins?
I did.
Do you recall what the distance was?
7.3 miles, I believe.
And then did you also look at the distance between this particular racetrack we're about to look at and the extended stay at the 3101 Sports Avenue?
I did.
Okay, and what was the distance there?
That measured at 6.4 miles, I believe.
So essentially equal distance between those two areas of interest?
Yes.
Now, I know we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but again, it being a new day, did you create clips from that racetrack video?
I did.
Okay, and in doing so, what was kind of the purpose?
There were multiple views. I requested all of the cameras from the exterior of this particular racetrack. That's done through a law enforcement portal that Racetrack allows us to access. So I'd made the request, they responded to the request, and I was able to download the footage. And then I found that there were multiple views that were significant in seeing the movement of the operator of the vehicle, the vehicle's movements, and what the person who came out of the driver's seat was doing at this racetrack. So I combined certain views with the timing such that it's two different camera views, but they're not stitched together, but they're created in what's called a canvas, so that you can see the activities from two different views simultaneously.
Kind of like a split screen.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So we will start with the one labeled combined pump trash. So just to orient the jury here, on the left side of the screen here, what pump area are we looking at?
It's one of the more, it's a fuel pump closer to Windy Hill Road, and the vehicle's entering that pump area, and we'll stop at the front pump in that view.
Okay, and then looking at the right side of the screen, the white vehicle that can kind of be seen dead center, is that the same vehicle that's seen in the middle on the left side?
It is.
All right.
It's just two different camera perspectives, but I thought it was important to put them together so that all the activity is seen from two different angles.
And when we talk about that activity starting with this clip, what is the activity that was being noted during the 2 minutes and 45 seconds?
I'm going to object to narrating the video. They can play the video and the jury can see it, but I don't think it's proper for him to characterize what's happening and take their job out of their hands.
We'll go ahead and play.
That's fair. And, I mean, so that objection will be sustained.
pause it just at the end there where the timestamp shows 10:59 and 26 seconds. I know you made particular clips, but did you look at all of the racetrack videos surrounding this particular vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever see this vehicle pumping gas?
No.
Right. Do you ever see any additional humans entering or exiting the vehicle?
No.
And then what is, because this quality video isn't as good as some of the other video we see, what is this structure in between the two gas pumps?
I believe it to be a trash container, a trash bin.
We'll finish this last second here. All right. Next, from states 271, we are going to play what's called combined airbag trash. So, the timestamp of the last view that we saw at the pumps, how does that align to the timestamp that we are now seeing on the clip called the airbag trash?
It is a continuation of the travel of the vehicle. I tried to time it such that it comes into view at the frame where 10:59:28 is the next time, and the vehicle is coming more into view in the left-hand side screen. Has not yet entered the view of the right-hand side screen, which is a camera mounted on the actual racetrack building, whereas these cameras are mounted out on poles closer to the roadway.
Understood. Okay. going to pause it here where the timestamp shows 11:03:53 seconds. What is the kind of whitish, reddish structure just past the black car there?
I believe it to be an air pump, like a paid air pump vacuum combination.
And then what is the green looking structure next to it?
I believe that is a trash can.
We'll play this last second here. And during that time, I know we can see more than just the driver's door open. Do you see any indication of any other individuals inside that vehicle coming, going, staying, or so forth?
No.
All right, now we will look at exterior driveway. All right, so where are we looking? Are we still in the racetrack parking lot or area?
Yes, this is one of the entry-exit points to this particular racetrack, and what the roadway is Austell Road.
Okay. I'm going to pause it here. Can you tell whether this is a white Nissan?
I can.
Okay.
It is.
And do you see that same dark tinted window, sunroof, and body side molding that we've seen previously?
Yes, all of the characteristics I've previously described are visible there.
And going frame by frame here, I'm going to use the zoom in here for a second. Were you able to get some images of the actual tag associated with this vehicle?
Yes, to the extent that it could be read, yes.
Okay. And to the extent it could be read, what were some of the letters or numbers you could see?
I believe them to be JTY. I believe it was an 8 and a 5 and a 1.
I'll finish going frame by frame here. Finish out that clip. All right. Now, very quickly, looking at the first camera angle we saw, what was the timestamp at the very first video we saw from Racetrack?
It was 10:56 and 43 seconds a.m. on August 23rd.
And then looking at that last clip there, what time do we see the vehicle leaving?
11:04 and 15 seconds a.m.
I'm not going to make you do too much math, you can round up, but approximately how many minutes was the white Nissan at Racetrack?
7+ minutes.
And the 7+ minutes that you've captured in these 3 clips, was that the totality of the time that this Nissan was on the Racetrack property?
Yes.
So at any point, do you ever see any individual go inside?
No.
Or pump gas or anything?
No.
All right, leaving the Racetrack, I now want to go back to States 276, which is the Axon court package. Now looking at 12:20 p.m. Is that the right time? You see at the top of the timestamp there?
Yes, it is. 12:20 and 9 seconds.
And I know this is a little bit of a longer clip, but what was the purpose, and then we'll play it, but what was the purpose of this particular clip? Are we looking for a vehicle or something else?
I had noticed in reviewing the footage from the Sweetwater mill that from this camera view, we're able to see smoke rising, dark black smoke rising in the background, just to the left of center, just above the tree line. And the smoke begins to travel to the left-hand side across the skyline.
And if you'll, just for the jury, use the pointer to show what area of the screen to be looking.
Sure. This area here is the tree line, obviously. And as the tree line progresses, we'll see black smoke occurring, and the black smoke travels kind of in this direction.
Right. So I'm just going to use kind of drag it since we're looking at a longer clip here. And that clip there that started at 12:20, but we've now ended at 12:32. How did that timing align with the initial discovery of the vehicle on fire?
It was my understanding that a call was received by 911 and response by Austell Fire at approximately 12:16-ish. So it corresponds to the time we see this black smoke rising.
All right, now this last segment here, what time frame are we jumping ahead to?
This is 2:45 on August the 23rd, 2:45 in the afternoon.
So at this point, is this after at least the initial fire call?
Yes.
All right. And here I know the jury's familiar at this point. We're back at Austell Gas. What direction of travel are we going to be focusing on?
The Nissan vehicle of interest to me will be traveling eastbound, coming from the Joe Jerkins Boulevard intersection in the area of Austell Powder Springs Road, traveling westbound along the roadway, passing this camera view.
And after seeing it there on Joe Jerkins by Austell Gas, was it picked up again at the Sweetwater area?
It was just a few seconds, half minute or so later.
I think you just indicated this was about a half minute or 30 seconds or so after the first clip we just watched. Is it possible to get from that Austell Gas location on Joe Jerkins to the Sweetwater Mill area in approximately 30 or so seconds, give or take?
Yeah, it's a very short distance, and I probably should have pointed out that you can see the white vehicle enter long before we see it here at the top of the screen to the right, but traveling along Austell Powder Springs, passing a truck with a pulling a trailer on the side of the road. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was the time reference was with regard to that. It actually then takes several more seconds for it to appear more clearly in this view. I just chose not to utilize the other camera. It also appears in the Austell Mill camera. I just didn't include them.
Understood. And so I know previously we saw a gap that was about 2 minutes from the Austell gas location to this general area. In order to take 2 whole minutes, are you driving the speed limit?
I would think you were driving relatively slow.
Now, I know that you mentioned yesterday during your testimony that one of the ways that helped guide your timeline was looking at the defendant's cell phone records. Were you responsible for mapping those records in any way?
I was not responsible for mapping them.
And then we've also talked a little bit about flock. Did you incorporate all of the flock into your analysis?
No,
Okay. Were you aware that was being done by a different witness?
I was.
Okay. Kind of in a bird's eye view here, because I know this is a lot of timeline and data. When was the first time on August 22nd that you see the white Nissan of interest in the area of Broad Street or Beauty's residence?
In the 2:30 a.m. area on the 22nd. Time frame, I guess is
Sure.
a better term than area.
From there, when was the first time you actually saw the Dodge Dart move?
At 8:10 in the morning, on the morning of the 22nd.
When was the last time you saw the Dodge Dart moving?
10:33 in the morning, 10:33, 10:34 time frame.
Whoops, and I'm going to go to this clip very quickly here. The clip that I've skipped to here from Austell Gas, is this that last clip?
It is.
Okay.
It's marked as 10:23.
Now, can you use Joe Jerkins to access that power line area where the vehicle was ultimately discovered?
I don't believe there is another way to access that power line area.
I guess yes, the other side is a bridge. Okay.
That's correct. And
So
there's
we
and
did
Sweetwater
access.
Creek runs through that area as well. And
Fair
it's,
enough. Now, was there any footage that actually would have captured that entry-exit point from Joe Jerkins?
no.
Now, after this clip here where you last see the Dodge Dart moving or on the roadway, when was the next time that you saw the white Nissan moving?
At 10:33.
I guess right at about 10 minutes later.
Yes, probably just under 10 minutes.
And I can't remember if I asked yesterday or not, but did you ever find footage where both the white Nissan of interest and the Dodge Dart were moving at the same time?
No, I did not.
Now, best you could tell from your review of all the footage and looking at flock hits and so forth, did the white Nissan of interest ever leave the area from approximately 2:30 in the morning until this clip we see here at 10:30 in the morning?
No, I don't believe so.
And to your knowledge, are any of these, the churches, the AME church or Bethesda or anything open at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning?
Not to my knowledge, and I didn't see any activity at either location that would indicate they were open.
Now, in your review, going through all of this footage, Did you notice any other vehicles that captured your attention in the way that this particular vehicle did?
No.
And why is it that the white Nissan captured your attention unlike any other vehicle?
It's travel along Broad Street at 2:30 in the morning. The multiple trips that it made on Broad, the turning around off of Broad in the parking lot of, the park that's at the end of Broad to the west of AME Church, and then returning to view with its headlamps turned off, driving lights on, and as it drove by, and that's in that particular video, it was also noted that the rear tail lights weren't illuminated at all. So for all those reasons, it drew my attention.
And did you notice in looking at some of those fine details any change in behavior or pattern from 2:30 in the morning on August 22nd until 2:45 in the afternoon on August 23rd?
Yes.
And what was that?
Distinctly after August the 22nd at 10:34, when the vehicle ventures the Nissan, white Nissan that we've been discussing, leaves Broad Street, it never returns to Broad Street, and that vehicle's all of its travel from that point in this particular area is on Joe Jerkins Boulevard, and that's when the mill cameras became more important, because it was traveling further down Joe Jerkins than Broad Street, and certainly was either traveling east or west, but would be passing the easement area or the power line, where we know that this vehicle was found on fire, and then ultimately the body of the decedent in this case was found.
And with respect to the footage from Ring here at 9:57 a.m. on August 22nd, you mentioned there being a white vehicle that appeared to be backed into the Beauty's driveway.
Yes, the Beauty Couch residence driveway is just to the right-hand side of this view, and in that view we can see what appears to be a white in color vehicle, the front fender of that vehicle on the driver's side, and it appears to be backed in, and tire visible and wheel.
Whoops. All right, there we go. If this vehicle were to come out of the driveway and take a left, would it end up at this intersection here at Broad?
It absolutely would, in a very short distance.
Now, unfortunately, Ring being Ring and motion activated, do you have any clip from that Ring doorbell between 9:57 a.m., the little clip we just watched, until this 10:33 a.m.?
No, there is not.
I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Your witness.
Detective Smith, just a few questions. The area, a lot to cover, and I'm trying to be as concise, where you just left off of the vehicle, the front end of a white vehicle at the Couch residence.
Yes.
You see that at, the time frame of that is at 10 that 1033, or is that the Broad Street? I'm trying to make sure I've got the timing right.
So if you're referring to the ring camera, are you referring to the ring camera?
I'm asking about the ring footage, yes.
It is
you see the front corner of a white vehicle.
So the clip that was displayed in this presentation was from 9:57 on August 22nd.
Very good. And then at 1033, we have what's still up on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a white vehicle at Broad Street and Austell Powder Springs, correct?
It is, yes.
Indicating the direction of travel from the couch residence would have been to turn left and come out and drive right in front of that ring camera to get to this location, correct?
Yes.
Which you're indicating to us we don't have any ring camera footage of that.
No, that particular system was triggered by the motion at 9:57 of the young man that resides at that residence walking from the porch, and it picked up him going to a probably rideshare, and so that's what triggered it. It was not the vehicle on the roadway. The vehicles on the roadway are screened out, I believe, on that ring system.
Did you do some testing of that yourself to make that determination?
I did, and I asked the resident, and I believe that's what she did.
Tell me about what testing you did.
Testing as far as looking at the clips that were saved in there.
As far as trying to see what movement would make the ring camera come off and on.
If the resident tells me that it
I'm
is,
going to hearsay. You can't tell us what anybody's told you.
so
your experimentation that you did.
I don't recall that I checked the settings to confirm what was screened, but it appeared to me from the other clips that were available that vehicles traveling along the roadway on Broad Street, passing that ring system, did not trigger. In fact, I actually recovered from days earlier where this same vehicle was in that same driveway and did not trigger motion on that roadway. And that is in the court, or in the package that would have been received in discovery.
Excuse me.
That would, for me, would verify that particular vehicle did not trigger it on a previous day traveling on Broad Street, backing into the driveway. And in that particular instance, it's clearly visible as this same vehicle.
Is that another day that you're talking about?
It is.
Okay, what day are we talking about?
I would have to refer to my notes if you'd like for me to.
Is it in August? Is it a week before, a week after?
I'll refer to my notes before I answer. The clip that I'm referring to would have been recorded on August the 19th, so 3 days prior,
Okay.
at 1944 hours, which would be 7:44 in the evening.
Very good. Now, do you have that?
Yes, you want me to pull it up?
Yes, please. That'd be great.
Very good. And for the record, it's part of State's Exhibit 262, which were all those ring clips.
Thank you.
Want me to go ahead and play it?
No, that's good right there.
Okay.
So this vehicle you see here, that's what you're referring to that you saw parked in the driveway on August 19th at 7:44.
Yes.
Correct? All right. And in your looking through the ring videos, you did not see a video of the car coming in front of the house.
That's correct. It wasn't triggered when this vehicle would have had to, or would have likely driven on Broad Street, triggering the camera.
Unless it came from the other side.
That's possible. However, the screening, I believe, also was due to the trains that are very frequent in that particular area. And so I noted that there were activities when there was someone on the porch or approaching the porch on the walkway. Otherwise, someone utilizing Ring or a system like it, receiving notifications, would be driven crazy by the activity that occurs on the railroad, on the roadway, because that railroad is just feet off the roadway.
All right. But what we see in this picture certainly is a different location of that vehicle than we saw on the one that you have seen, just the very nose of it on the 22nd at 9:57, correct?
Yes.
All right. As to the gas station videos, did you take any pictures there at the gas station of what's between those pumps so we can see those more clearly?
I did not.
Did you visit that location to see for yourself what was between those pumps?
I have certainly been to that location previously, and between the time of this case and my testimony today, I have been there on at least 2 occasions.
Gotcha. And on those 2 occasions, there were trash cans there, correct?
Yes, and I believe they're visible in the video as trash cans, and I didn't see any need to go and make photographs of them.
Fair enough. Did you ever check those trash cans?
I did not check the trash cans. By the time that activity was recorded, I apologize, not recorded, because it was recorded on the day it was recorded.
Sure.
By the time that I was aware and had tracked Fuse's camera and activity of the vehicle of interest and knew that it had turned into that racetrack and then made a request of Racetrack and received the footage, enough time had elapsed such that I utilized my contact for receiving the footage with asset protection of Racetrack,
Right.
and had a communication with them as to their trash pickup schedule, and learned, I believe, if my recall is correct, that there had in fact already been a trash pickup.
That was at least your understanding and why you didn't go looking at it yourself.
Correct.
And did you go to the extended stay residence that was of interest to you that you noted a distance from?
I had been there previously. I didn't go there for this case.
Right.
I don't believe.
Did I understand you say that it's 6.4 miles from the Racetrack gas station? Was
The
that
extended stay, yes, is around 6.5 miles
Gotcha.
from the extended stay.
Gotcha. And then the power lines are 7.3 miles from the Racetrack.
Yes.
All right. And that's the
Those are actually driven. Those are by roadway or driving, not as the crow flies.
fair enough. And did you time how long it took you to make that drive?
No, I did not.
Well, that Racetrack is here in Marietta, Smyrna area. Is that? It's not in Austell, correct?
It's not in Austin.
And we saw the traffic there on the videos. As we saw it, a pretty typical traffic pattern. Maybe I shouldn't say typical. a medium, at least, traffic pattern out there that day for someone going to that racetrack?
Yes, that's a relatively heavily traveled area, and that's midday. Yeah, it seemed appropriate traffic pattern.
In looking at the extended stay, you said you did not go to that location at all for this case that you recall.
I don't recall going to the extended stay in this particular case.
Okay.
Well, actually, I do. I do believe I showed up there to just to check in with the investigators,
Okay.
but I don't even know that I got out of my car.
Okay. All right. And at no point in time did you find any footage of this white car that you found of interest, and whichever cars you saw that you noted were of interest? You did not see any of them at a gas pump getting any gas?
No.
In the videos of the red Dodge Dart being some distance away, I think you described it, over on Fulton Industrial.
Yes.
Trying to get back to that. That's on the August 22nd or August 23rd?
That was the morning of August 22nd.
August 22nd, okay. And here we go. So at 8:10, we have it going past the Austell gas station, as I recall.
Yeah, it's not a gas station, but the
I'm
gas.
sorry, Austell gas.
Yeah, Austell gas, meaning
That's
natural
right.
gas.
Company,
Yeah.
company, that's the right word.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. I apologize.
All right, I'm going to interrupt both of you. Just be careful and not speak over each other. I need our court reporter to be okay with all of this.
Thank you, Judge. At 8:33 is when you have found some footage of a red car there at the, I'm sorry. At 8:33, you have the car eastbound at one of those intersections in Austell. I forget which. You recall which that is?
Yes, I believe it's initially seen on Joe Jerkins Boulevard traveling eastbound, and then it's captured turning from Joe Jerkins Boulevard onto Austell Powder Springs, traveling southbound before turning eastbound on Broad, or to the east side of whatever the name of the street is. It's directly across from Broad.
Would that be heading back into the direction of the Couch residence?
No, it would not be.
Going
It would
away
be
from it.
the exact opposite direction of the Couch residence, yes.
And then the travel into Fulton County is the timing of that. You recall that?
I apologize. I didn't hear you say. I realized you said, do I recall that? I do recall you're talking about the CES images. I don't recall the time off the top of my head. I can refer to my notes.
If you want to, you may find it where I find the picture.
Yeah.
States 268, no. No, I just showed it to you. That's right. I think that's one of them. Showing you States 268,
Yes.
that indicates the time to you, is that correct?
Yes, of 9:22 a.m.
And this was the only footage you were able to find outside of Austell showing a red car in that area. Is that right? Did I understand that correct? Or?
It was the only footage I sought for the purpose of understanding potentially why the vehicle entered that kind of industrial area off of Fulton Industrial Boulevard. I didn't pursue any other cameras because we had flock data.
Fair enough. In all the camera footage we have, as the car, either car driving around, none of them are able to capture the identity of the driver of the car. Is that correct? In other words, we don't have a video footage where we can see the face of the person driving the cars.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that any of those identify the driver of the vehicles, with the possible exception of the racetrack.
Right. And that's the only video we have of someone even getting out of a car.
That's
in
correct.
all the videos that we have. Did you go and look at this particular vehicle that was ultimately taken into custody of a white Nissan? Did you go look at that particular car?
I believe I had access to photos.
But you never actually went and looked at it yourself to see if there might be anything that you had missed from the photos of the video for a visual.
I don't believe I ever went to the vehicle. The vehicle in a position such that I would be able to physically access it was that didn't occur for some time, and at some distance.
And I take it from all the footage that you've gone through and a lot of hard work you put into this, there's no footage of a car of interest to you at nighttime or in the dark of someone getting out anywhere near a trash can or appearing to remove anything from the vehicle.
If I understand your question correctly, well, I may have to have you just restate it so that I really understand what you're asking.
The one video we have of anyone getting out of a vehicle of interest to you is a racetrack. It's at broad daylight, 11 o'clock hour of the day.
Yes.
With lots of people around.
Yes.
Did you ever capture any video of a white Nissan car of interest to you of anyone getting out and appeared to be taking anything out of the vehicle?
No.
And I think you've told us, you specifically were looking in this 36, 34, whatever that math is, hour time frame, because that was from the investigation. That was what seemed most important to you and what you wanted to look for, correct?
Yeah, 38 hours.
Okay. So any patterns of activity and driving in that area of this car or any other car that looks like these cars, you didn't look at all that because you were trying to focus your attention on that particular time frame, correct?
Again, there was a portion of your question that I'm just not understanding.
I'm bad about long questions. I apologize. Did you ever look outside that time frame to see if you could see footage of either one of these cars and their patterns of travel?
Oh, outside of the 38-hour time frame? No.
I got confused, so I just want to make sure I understand. There was a question about whether you ever saw someone exit the white Nissan and take things out of the car.
Yeah, yes, you do see that at the racetrack.
Okay, so I guess with the question, in addition to Racetrack?
I believe it was.
Okay. All right, so that footage is Racetrack. It was just, there wasn't a second location or something.
Yeah, and I think it was specified as at night.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, with respect to, there were some questions about the extended stay, and I think you stated you weren't exactly sure kind of the extent of your investigation at that particular location. Would it assist in reviewing a report?
It would.
Okay. This is actually Detective Hartage's report. If it does assist in refreshing your recollection, great. If not, that's totally good too.
It greatly assists in my recollection, yes.
All right. Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
All right, very good. So did you personally go to the extended stay at 3101 Sports Avenue?
I did.
All right, and were you able to get any video footage of quality that would assist in this investigation?
No, I did not.
Nonetheless, were you able to gather guest information?
I was, and reading this report refreshed my memory.
And can you tell the jury about the guest information you were able to?
Jeff, can you hear us?
Now, did you personally obtain any documentation from the extended stay?
I believe I did. I believe I obtained a guest folio from the clerk on duty.
And was that something you left with in hand after meeting with the clerk on duty?
Yes.
You know what, we're gonna take our mid-morning break right now. And ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be our mid-morning comfort break, not a cell phone break. Remember, you're not to discuss this case with your fellow jurors. Take a 15-minute break. All right, we're gonna take a 15-minute break.
Yes, sir.
Use it as a comfort break, everyone. Y'all sit down if you want to. Bobby, do you mind marking it and letting the lawyers see? Jared, Stephanie, Brian. All right, we received a note. We marked it as Court's Exhibit 2. Mr. Lumpkin showing it to his client, and involves one of our jurors. Number 4, Mr. Lee. What is it the state thinks we should do about this?
1 second.
Let the record reflect I'm allowing the lawyers an opportunity to talk amongst themselves for a few moments.
The state's concern with this juror is we don't have much information other than that he is having some problem, but I don't know if that problem is distracting him from being able to take in evidence or not. So that is my concern. And if that is where he's at, we need jurors that are paying full attention to the evidence as it comes out in this courtroom, opposed to bodily functions. That is.
You think we need more information?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, I do think we need a little bit more information.
Fantastic. Mr. Lumpkin, what is it that you and your client think we should do?
Well, I agree. We don't have a whole lot to go on this yet. And his request indicated being able to leave, as I'm reading it, leave today, not I need to be released immediately. So I did not gather an emergency. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'd say let's at least get through lunch. If we need to talk to him after lunch and get more information, we can. Or give us more time. We're not in a position just to agree to having excuse at this point in time. But
I'm. That's not what I was. Where I was going. I would, Miss Madam Clerk. Can I see that note again? I think the note's a little vague.
sure, it is.
And
We read different ways.
this is the same juror that we stopped openings for, and that we stopped yesterday after 30 minutes. Twice we've stopped court to allow him for a restroom break. This is a juror who did not let us know that he had a medical issue or anything else that would cause him, and that question was asked by the state during voir dire. The bailiff has tried to, as I understand it, has tried to make sure that everyone's aware that they're going to sit for several hours and that they need to take restroom breaks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring juror number 4 out, and I'm going to ask him some questions about, you know, if he's able to pay attention, what is it that he's asking for. I mean, I'm not keeping him overnight at the courthouse tonight, maybe tomorrow night, but not tonight. Mr. Lumpkin, do you object to that?
I think that's perfectly fine.
All right, let's bring out juror number 4, please. Hi. Did you give me this note?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you can sit down. It's fine. I'm just kind of trying to understand what it is that you're asking. First of all, what are you asking of the court?
I'm having a hard time on my prostate, and I mean I can get hold sometimes sitting here for a while, so I need to go to the restroom. But you know, I asked her one time, and she said, you know, just wait in.
So, how long can you sit? Can you sit for 2 hours and listen to the evidence?
No, ma'am. I can't. I think it's okay, but I can't hold it. But it's hard for me to pee when it's out there.
It's hard for you to what?
Pee?
To pee.
Yes.
Okay, it's hard for you to urinate.
Urine.
All right, so you're okay. Are you able to listen and pay attention to the evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I can listen.
Are you is your prostate problems distracting you?
The only thing is I can't hold it, ma'am, because it's started getting like on my stomach is kind of I feel hurt.
You're feeling hurt. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna bring everybody back in, and what I'd like for you to do is I want you to sit on the end, and if you feel like you need to leave, let the bailiff know, and she'll immediately get my attention, okay? And let's see where we go for the rest of the day, okay?
No problem.
But you're able to listen and pay attention.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I do.
All right. Thank you. You can step back there for just a moment.
Thank you so much.
I'm a little bit confused. On the one hand, I hear him saying he's in pain and that he cannot urinate here and that he has to leave the courtroom. On the other hand, he says he's able to pay attention. I somewhat get the sense that he's trying to please me and you all, perhaps. As a human being, I don't like someone being in discomfort. So my plan, as I just told him and you all heard, is I want to know immediately when he feels like he needs to leave, and let's see how that distracts us. I am disinclined to leave a juror who cannot sit for extended periods of time. We have time constraints on this trial, and I need to move it forward, and I cannot break every 45 minutes to allow someone to urinate. It's not fair to anyone that's involved in this trial. Anything that either party would like to put on the record about that?
No, Judge. No, Judge. The state agrees kind of with your thought process for this, and we'll see how it goes the rest of the day.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yeah, I'm in substantial agreement that I certainly don't want anyone to be in pain. I think that simply is a distraction, no matter what they might say otherwise. I mean, I dealt with this before, having jurors takes him very long to relieve that.
He
So-
said he cannot urinate back there.
I did not hear him say that. I heard you say that. I heard him say that it was hard to, or it hurt or something. I was hearing hurt, but I may
I heard I can't pee. That's what I heard.
I mean, if he can't, I don't know why he would then say, well, if I can just take breaks, then it's okay. So I get the impression he can. It's happening faster than we would like. But if it's 45 seconds, 2 minutes even, he's got to go out and do it and come back. I don't think that's going to slow down the trial tremendously to the point of being a problem. That in itself. It's uncomfortable, it's inconvenient because when it happens, but I think you're doing the right thing. Let us know exactly when the next time is, and we'll time it, and just kind of see. An hour from now, 30 minutes, is that an hour and a half? I mean, we did go a little bit longer than the 10:30 break that you had intended or thought we were going to take, based on what you said yesterday, so maybe if there's I don't know. The time frame was just longer than anticipated, and maybe we broke it at 10:30.
I would love for a trial to go in such a manner that it makes sense for the court to break at specific time frames. That's not how I'm inclined to run a trial. I don't think it makes sense. I think we take natural breaks when the presentation of the evidence allows for that. I do think stopping a lawyer's examination and stopping a witness's testimony in the middle, it interferes with the proper administration of a trial. And quite frankly, I would expect defense lawyers who are in the middle of a very thorough and sifting cross-examination to object to having to stop and just pause everything. Like that is, I'm not sure that that's the way to travel either, but I don't need to cross that bridge just yet because we're not there, and we'll see where we get. Anything else before we bring them up? Bring them back in.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right, everyone, have a seat, please. You can continue.
Detective, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 679 here. Do you recognize State 679?
Yes, I believe so.
And how is it that you recognize 679?
It is a guest folio from Extended Stay America.
Is this what you obtained directly from the clerk when you went to the extended stay concerning Eugene Louis-Jocques?
I don't believe that particular document is the exact folio. I believe it was abbreviated that just gets printed off after hours.
I got you.
Listing a name, a length of stay, which room, that type of thing.
Okay, give me just a second. Nonetheless, did 679 capture the information you received in terms of the guest, length of stay, room, etc.?
Yes, it does.
This time, State moves to tender State 679 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any other cross for this witness?
Nothing further, thank you, Earl.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You are excused and released from your subpoena. Call your next witness.
State called Detective Chance Cloud.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this court in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Detective, once you are comfortable and get that microphone close to your mouth, if you will, please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Detective Chance Cloud. My first name is spelled Chance. My last name is spelled Cloud. I currently work for the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office in Louisiana.
How long have you been with the St. Tammany Parish?
6 years.
All right, and I know that we don't have parishes here in Georgia, but what is a parish for the state of Louisiana?
The same thing as a county.
All right, wonderful. And how close is St. Tammany Parish to to New Orleans?
It's about a 20-minute drive.
Okay, very good. Prior to being with St. Tammany Parish, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes,
And where was that?
I worked with the New Orleans Police Department.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
I am.
Very good. I want to jump right into your involvement in this particular case. How is it that you became involved in this case from Cobb County, Georgia?
In August of 2023, I was a narcotics detective assigned to the proactive enforcement unit. I was notified by another deputy that is employed by the sheriff's office, who was a full-time task force officer with the United States Marshals Service. He contacted myself and my team to let us know that he suspected a subject that had an outstanding warrant for his arrest was located in our area.
Okay. And you mentioned the proactive enforcement unit. Is that the assignment you had back then?
Yes,
And as part of your assignment with the proactive enforcement unit, did that include apprehending fugitives?
it did.
So once you were provided this information, was that around August 24th of 2023?
Yes,
Once you were provided that information, were you given a name?
I was.
Do you recall the name?
Yes, Mr. Eugene Louis-Jocques.
Okay. And were you given any vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, what type of vehicle was that?
a white Nissan Altima.
Did you have any additional information, like a tag number or anything that you were able to use for your own investigative purposes?
Yes, we were given a full intelligence packet workup that included the license plate for the vehicle as well as a photograph.
Okay, a photograph of the vehicle?
The vehicle and Mr. Jacques, yes.
Okay. And once you had that information, how did you use that vehicle to further your investigation?
We began conducting queries in our databases through our automatic license plate reader cameras that we have set up throughout my area.
What is the name of that license plate reader?
Flock.
And looking at Flock, with that specific license plate, were you able to find any hits in your area?
I was.
And in fact, looking at States 273, which has already been tendered and admitted in this case, well, I'll just show it like this. This is page 2 of States 273 here. Are these hits that are listed on page 2 in your parish?
Yes.
Okay, and is this area you see Oak Harbor, is that an area you're familiar with?
Yes.
And so how did you use these license plate for your hits in the Oak Harbor area to assist you in locating this individual?
We were very familiar with his pattern of travel through those license plate readers. They were very consistent with hitting certain times of the day, but more particularly in the afternoon. So we elected to set our my team up in that area where we knew who were more likely to be at a given time every day.
Okay. And so I know this kind of started for you on August 24th. At what time did you set up this position in the afternoon?
Around 4:00 p.m.
Was that the following day?
Yes,
And so do you remember where your personal vehicle, when I say personal, your patrol vehicle was positioned?
yes.
Okay, where was that?
It was near the intersection of Oak Harbor and Landmark Drive.
Okay, so is that the Oak Harbor we saw on the flock hits?
Yes,
As you were posted there, did you see the suspect vehicle that you were looking for?
I did.
Were you able to personally confirm whether it had the tag you were looking for?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
As soon as the vehicle passed my stationary position, I positioned my own police vehicle behind the Altima, confirmed the license plate. We witnessed an independent traffic violation, and based off all the totality of the circumstances thus far, we elected to conduct a traffic stop.
And were you in a marked car at that time?
I was not.
Okay. So did you have the assistance of some of your fellow officers in conducting this stop?
I did.
Did you have direct contact with the driver of this vehicle upon making the stop?
Yes.
And per protocol, how is it once this individual or the driver, was there anyone other than the driver in the vehicle?
There was not.
Okay, just the driver. Upon getting the vehicle pulled over, was the driver detained?
He was.
Did you obtain the name of this driver?
I did.
All right, and what name were you provided?
I was provided the name Mikhail Waters.
Now, did you have a photograph of the individual you were looking for, Eugene Louis-Jocques?
I did.
How did that photograph compare to the individual who identified himself as Mikhail Waters?
They were identical.
What did you do to determine whether that was in fact Mikhail Waters versus Eugene Louis-Jocques?
In order to do my due diligence, I elected to run the name and date of birth, Mikhail Waters, that was provided to me, during which time I learned that that person did not exist.
What about the date of birth that was provided to you?
I noticed that it matched the date of birth for Mr. Eugene.
Were you eventually able to determine that the person you pulled over was in fact Eugene Louis-Jocques?
Yes.
Now, did you provide Miranda warnings to Eugene Louis-Jocques?
I did.
And how is it that you go through Miranda warnings on the side of the road?
They are audio and video recorded using most of the time our body-worn cameras, and then I read them from a card usually.
Okay. So do you just have that in your wallet at all times?
Yes.
Okay. And is that how you did it on this occasion as well?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jocques indicate he understood those rights?
He did.
All right. Thereafter, did you ask him some additional questions?
Yes.
And what specifically were you asking him?
I wanted to know his true identity in his own words. I also wanted to know his reasoning for providing a false identity to me initially.
And at the point in time that you read him the Miranda rights, were you able to confirm that he had this active warrant out of Georgia?
Yes.
And so was he going to be taken into custody based upon that active warrant?
Yes.
And is that part of why you read him the Miranda warnings?
Yes.
Were Cobb County detectives personally involved with this traffic stop?
No.
Okay. Were you kind of the lead, so to speak, on this traffic stop?
I was.
Now, you've mentioned that you wear a body-worn camera. Were you wearing it back on August 25th of 2003 during this stop involving the white Nissan and Mr. Eugene Louis-Jocques?
Yes.
have you and I previously gone over your body worn camera?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate recording of the interaction that took place with Mr. Jacques on August 25th of 2023?
Yes.
At this time, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 378 into evidence, which is the body worn camera of Detective Cloud.
No further objection to those previously noted for the.
All right, it's admitted.
And may I publish portions of this, Your Honor?
Okay.
And for the record, we will start it there in the beginning.
Left hand behind your back. Right hand behind your back. Put your palms together like a broom. Palms together. Palms together. Stay right here for me. Don't move, okay? Stay here for me.
1431, we're code 40, that's the net. We're going to be at Oak Harbor and Landmark.
Tail waters?
No.
No?
Oh, yeah, 1064, 1064.
So, and this is the reason why I started. One, you didn't use the turn signal until after you made the main change back there when you were
1431, the tag is going to be Florida tag, Juliet, Tango, Yankee, Romeo, Lava.
Makes sense. You gotta do it before you make the leap. Okay, no big deal, man. No big deal.
What did you say your name was, sir?
Michael Waters?
Mikhail?
Yeah. You have it? Do you mind if I search you real quick? Okay. Yeah, what? Okay, I'm not concerned about your money, just not anything that may hurt me or somebody else. Look, I'm gonna set your money right here for the time being, okay?
Do you have a driver's license, sir?
Not with me right now. I'm headed to the house to go get it.
Where's your house at?
Make sure drive.
All right.
My knees hurt. Can I go on the grass?
Yeah, as soon as I'm searching you, man, we'll help you out.
Sort it out, buddy.
I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
Bureau 114,
No, sir.
Car 114.
No, sir, gone. Like, sure.
BNAP, one citation.
No. All right. Stand up, man, and you can come over here.
16 and 24 at 40009 Coral Street, EMS round.
Mikhail,
Yes, sir.
do you have anything with your name on it?
Name on it?
Do you have anything, any form of identification?
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, put your legs right out to the left. Cross ankles over top of your leg. Andy Jules is letting you use the car. Okay. Does anybody else drive the car besides you?
This is him.
I'm seeing.
What happened?
I'm trying to figure it all out, man. That's all. I'm just trying to sort it out. You know your social?
No, sir. Did I do something wrong?
We'll explain it to you in a second. It's his name. Mikael and Mikael Alvarez. What? You don't know? That's what I'm saying. Does anybody else drive that car beside you?
No, it's my brother.
He has information. I'll run and pull a picture up.
That's fine. I'm going to send a picture to Marshall.
All right. Well, the problem is right now, you don't have any form of ID on you, right? Nothing with a name and a picture on it. So we're taking your word for who you are.
I mean, but like, I'm in handcuffs. I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, that's what we're trying to sort out. You understand?
How do you spell your first name, man?
M-Y-K
M-Y-K-A-E-L.
W-A-T-E-R-S.
Waters is your last name?
That's it.
What's your date of birth?
04-08-2002.
Okay. Spell your first name for me?
M-Y-K-A-E-L.
Okay. Do you know the last four of your social?
No, sir.
Okay. Where's your driver's license out of? Which state?
Florida.
Florida?
Do you know the number for it? The driver's license number?
How old are you, man?
21.
21? Alright.
Where were you born at?
So we'll pause it there at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Now, at this point in time, we've seen you wrote down the name and date of birth. Did you run that through your system?
Yes.
Okay. And does the name Mikael Waters come up as a human?
No.
And then the date of birth that he provided that you also wrote down, how did that coincide with Eugene Louis-Jocques' actual date of birth?
They were identical.
So for the next few minutes, is that what you're doing in your car?
Yes.
So we will skip ahead here. So we will resume this video at 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
You lie about my name, man. You know that's illegal. Have you been read your Miranda rights yet? Okay, I'm going to read them to you real quick, all right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney prior to and before any questioning. If you're not afford to hire an attorney and want to be appointed to represent you, you can choose at any time not to answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand those rights?
Can you make a phone call?
Sure. As long as you keep being cool, man, I'll do what I can to accommodate you. Why did you lie about your name? There's a reason. Tell me the truth.
Tried to avoid getting caught.
Getting caught for what?
I was trying to get out of the situation, making that wrong turn.
What are you trying to avoid getting caught for?
He knows he's got a warrant out of Georgia already.
Oh, he does.
I didn't know I had a warrant. I was trying to avoid getting in trouble for making that illegal turn. He said I was making the legal turn as I was turning to the lane.
Why would you give a fake name to avoid getting out of a ticket?
I thought y'all maybe let me know.
Nah, that don't make no sense, man. You might get this from me real quick. I'm pretty sure. If you say the truth about it.
All right, man. I got some questions for you.
Avenue 14. Avenue 14. Can I get a 1060 for a signal for me, please?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Call's kind of a little busy.
10-4, thank you.
Alright, we're good, we got it.
We'll stop that video. 10 minutes and 55 seconds. We can hear at the end there where you say, we're good, we got him. Is that communicating directly with Cobb County?
I was speaking to the task force officer with the marshals that I mentioned previously.
Now, the vehicle that we see there, was that vehicle towed?
It was.
All right, now, did you personally take part in processing or searching that vehicle?
I did not.
All right, was that left to other individuals within your unit?
It was.
Now, the individual we just watched on body camera, Mr. Eugene Louis-Jocques, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out by what he's wearing or where he's seated?
He's wearing a maroon turtleneck sweater.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Give me just a moment. I don't have anything further. Thank you. You're right.
Detective Clown, that's correct, it's detective now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. We've seen your body camera footage. Did you have a dash camera video of all this transaction as well?
I did not.
Okay. Were you the first car behind Mr. Jott that actually pulled him over, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like there were some other cars on the scene. Do you remember who those were, what kind of cars those were?
Yes, there was a dark colored Dodge Ram pickup that was my supervisor,
Okay.
and then my other supervisor arrived to the scene shortly thereafter. I don't recall what he was driving at the time.
Was your supervisor, was he a uniformed officer, the other one we see in that video mostly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the, I presume blue lights were put on to indicate the need to stop the car?
Yes, sir.
Was the siren used at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did the car immediately pull over?
It did.
And no chase, no high-speed pickup, anything of that nature? Had he actually already turned when y'all did the blue light, or was he in the process of doing that? Or
He was traveling straight when we activated our lights. He wasn't in the process of turning.
And apparently there was a turn signal violation, which was a traffic violation that y'all used to stop him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you observe anything being thrown out the windows or discarded from the car at all before y'all got to it?
No, sir.
And you're the one that we hear on the body camera video and see a gun drawn, and you're giving him orders as far as how to get out of the car and back up to y'all. Is that correct?
That is my supervisor giving him orders, but that is my footage, yes.
Gotcha, okay. And he complied with each of those commands, got out of the car and did take off and go there.
Correct.
And did you even look inside the vehicle at all, the Nissan?
I opened the door to make sure there was no other occupants inside the vehicle.
Was not, correct?
There was not, no, sir.
And basically the extent of it is y'all got information, you stopped him, you arrested him, and then contacted Cobb County. They took it over from there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very briefly, can you get out of a traffic violation by giving a fake name?
No.
That's all I have.
I presume you've never attempted to do that, have you?
Do what?
Give a fake name and get out of a traffic violation.
I have not.
So whether it could be done or not, you just haven't seen it happen to yourself.
I have not.
I don't have anything further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
You are excused and released from your subpoena.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Katie Darby.
You'll just follow me.
the testimony you're about to give the court in the matter not pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Once you are comfortable, if you will, please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
Good morning. My name is Katie. First name spelled K-A-T-I-E. Last name Starby, spelled D as in Delta A-R, D as in Bravo Y. And I'm employed by the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office.
Right, same as Detective Cloud that we just heard from?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. How many years total have you been with St. Tammany Parish?
Approximately 12 years.
And is that your entire law enforcement career?
It is.
Wonderful. You're post-certified?
Yes.
Back in 2023, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to our Major Crimes Division as a detective.
Very good. How is it that you became involved in this case from Cobb County, Georgia?
I was notified by my supervisor of an arrest that was made of a suspect from Cobb County and was informed that a vehicle was seized and secured in our crime lab garage, and Cobb County detectives were coming down to do a search of the vehicle.
And whenever you're assisting a jurisdiction, do you still participate in whatever activities they're doing?
I do.
All right, and so in this particular case, were you kind of the lead St. Tammany Parish detective involved in the search of this vehicle?
I was.
All right, and so did you personally participate in the search?
I did.
All right. And this search, was that conducted at the secured shed that you referenced?
It was.
What type of vehicle was this?
It was a white Nissan Altima.
Do you recall what day this search was conducted?
I believe it was August 26th of 2023.
So was it close in time to the car actually being towed from the arrest location?
Correct. It was the following day.
Now, at that point, were Cobb County detectives actually physically present in your jurisdiction?
They were.
And did they also participate in the search along with you?
They did.
Were photos taken during the search of this vehicle?
They were.
Prior to testifying, have you had the opportunity to look at the numbered photographs?
I have.
All right, and are those all fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant processing of this vehicle?
They are.
All right, at this time, State News Tender states Exhibits 379 through 505 into evidence.
We'll maintain all the prior objections to this evidence, no further objection.
All right, it's submitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, looking first at States 379 here, what are we looking at? Oh, whoops. Sorry.
It's okay.
Apparently nothing.
That is the vehicle that the search was done on, subject to this case.
States 380 here. Is it customary to kind of do a 360-degree photography of a car?
It is.
All right. States 381. What side of the car are we on?
The driver's side.
And what is this that I'm pointing at along kind of the bottom of the car?
It's chrome or silver trim molding.
States 382. What's being documented here?
It's a picture of the VIN associated with the vehicle on the windshield, or near the windshield.
States 383 here. Are we still on the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
And can you still see that trim or molding?
Yes.
Right. States 384. What part of the car are we looking at?
The driver's side rear.
States 385.
It's the back driver portion of the vehicle.
And it's kind of difficult to tell because I guess, is this an indoor facility?
It is. It's a garage is what we call it. It's attached to the crime lab.
Was there any tinting on these windows, or is that just from the indoors? Do you recall?
I don't recall off the
That's okay.
top of my head.
States 386 here. What are we looking at?
That is the license plate that was displayed on the vehicle whenever it stopped.
And what was that license?
Florida license plate, J as in Juliet, T as in Tango, Y as in Yankee, R as in Romeo, 5-1.
And then continuing on, what side of the car are we on now?
Now it's the back passenger portion of the vehicle.
All right. We're going to skip ahead a little bit. So states 389 here. What side of the car are we on?
The passenger side.
And what is this on the top of the car?
It's a sunroof.
Okay. States 390. Can you see that sunroof a little bit better there?
Yes.
Now, as you take photographs, do you... Okay. actually go into each compartment of the vehicle.
Yes.
All right, states 391, what door did y'all enter or at least document first?
That is the front driver's side door.
We'll skip over some of these photos just for time's sake here. States 396, what area of the vehicle? Well, just go back a minute here, sorry. Looking at states 393, was there anything remarkable about the driver's seat area?
There was a sock located in dirt and debris.
Okay. Anything on the seat looking at states 394?
Not that I recall.
States 395 here. Is this still the driver's seat?
It is a driver's seat.
Okay. Was there a headrest?
The headrest was not on the driver's seat. It was located throughout the search in the inside the vehicle.
States 396 here. What area of the car are we now looking?
It's the radio, center console, infotainment.
States 397. What's being documented here?
It's the center console with the cup holders.
Okay. States 398. Is that the same center console we just looked at?
It is. It's the armrest.
All right. States 399. Did you open that center console?
Yes.
And then when you find items, do you also remove items from a vehicle?
Yes.
All right. So states 400 here. Is that what we're looking at now?
Yeah. There was the previous picture was a tray that kind of rested on top of that compartment that you see. So that was removed in order to photograph the inside of the compartment.
All right, very good. All right, moving on to states 401 here. What is the next area of the vehicle you all enter?
It's the back driver's side.
States 402.
That is the back driver's side door.
And then states 404. Is this the same area of the vehicle?
It is.
All right. States 405. What is it that was found on the back driver's side seat?
That is directly behind the driver's seat. There was a laptop, a towel, and just other miscellaneous items located there.
Looking now at the back of the vehicle, what was around the tag there?
It's a Florida State alumni license plate holder.
And what did this say?
Courtney, I'm probably going to say this wrong, but Altoona, Pennsylvania? Or Courtesy, I'm sorry, I said Courtney.
Okay. That's okay. And does it show it's in the, obviously, Nissan Altima?
I apologize.
You're
yes,
good.
Nissan Altima, yes.
Now looking at states 409, did you all go into the trunk?
Yes, there was several items located within the trunk. It was very full.
Is it normal to take multiple pictures to really document everything found within a packed area such as this?
Yeah, in this particular case, I think it's important to explain, we take overall photographs of the vehicle as is before we start touching anything. And then after that, we'll kind of go space by space, take the contents of it out, and then go through those contents separately, and then photographs are taken along the way.
Okay, very good. And so are we still in just the documenting as is phase?
Correct.
All right, states 410, does that show the rest of the other side of the trunk?
It does.
All right. States 411, at least before manipulating or touching anything, what type of items were in these baskets or bins?
There was a lot of clothing, several miscellaneous items, pairs of shoes. There was, if I recall, there was like boxes with just a bunch of miscellaneous stuff in the trunk.
And so will we be able to go through that in more detail later in these photos?
Correct.
All right. So we'll kind of skip ahead on some of these photos here. Now, what's the next area you enter?
That is the back passenger door.
States 415, that with the door now open.
Correct.
Skipping ahead to States 417, what was found in the back passenger side of the vehicle?
It was bedding and other various items, miscellaneous items.
Now down there at the floorboard, looking at the zoomed in photograph in States 418, what was that?
That's the headrest from the driver's seat.
And then just beyond the headrest, what is that?
A pair of clothing.
And what color is that clothing?
Red.
All right, States 419, what are the two kind of, I guess, primary objects on the seat there?
A bag and a sheet/blanket.
States 420, is that another photograph of that blanket or bedding?
Yes.
All right, States 421 here, what side of the vehicle do you know?
That is the front passenger side door.
States 422, is that the door open?
It is.
All right, States 423, what's being documented there?
The absence of any items in the door compartment.
States 424, your as-is photograph. What were some of the items that could be seen on that front floorboard area?
There was a map of St. Tammany Parish, and there was some like new, appeared to be new clothing, stuff that appeared to be recently opened, some stuff that was unworn.
Okay, we'll look at some of those in more detail here in a second. States 425, does that show the St. Tammany map better?
It does.
States 426 here. I'm pointing to the packaging or the package at the bottom right corner. Is that some of that newer clothing you observed? Okay. And then what type of product or clothing am I circling near this basketball?
Those are socks.
Okay, and then what other type of clothing is on the seat there?
Underwear.
All right. Moving ahead a little bit here. Did y'all open the glove box?
We did.
States 4, let me see, I'm orienting this wrong, I think. Might still be. There we go. All right, States 429. Was there anything within the glove box?
There was journals.
In States 430 here, are we still on the front passenger seat?
Yes, we are.
And what is this object that I'm circling?
That was a motor or a Boost Mobile, if I recall correctly, cell phone hooked up to a charger.
States 431, is that a zoom in of that same Boost Mobile or Boost?
It is.
States 432, that's still documenting the front of the car?
It is.
Now, you already testified, but do you end up taking additional photographs as you start emptying the contents of the car?
Yes.
So looking at States 436, just by way of example, is this after you've removed everything from the back seat area?
Yes.
Okay. And do you continue to see that kind of throughout these photographs, just documenting once they're emptied?
Yes.
All right, the jury will have all these, so I want to skip ahead. To States 448 here. What's going on in States 448?
That is a photograph of all of the items that were removed from the trunk.
And do you zoom in to kind of better document all these items?
Yes.
All right, states 449, what's primarily being photographed in states 449?
A black bag containing various items and shoes.
Now these 4 kind of random shoes, I guess there's 1 pair in there, but were those in this same bag as the other shoes, or were those just thrown in there? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
That's okay. All right, states 450 here, and what's being documented.
Is again that same black bag, a portion of it, a white tote containing various items, another gray laundry basket containing various items, and part of a gray tote containing various items.
In states 451, does that show a better overall of that final tote there?
It does.
All right, states 452, what type of items were found within those, or I'm sorry, states 452, where were these items taken from?
That's from the rear passenger compartment of the vehicle.
We can see in states 452 some red item. Is that what was seen on the floor near that headrest?
It was.
States 453 here. What's kind of right in the center of your photograph?
There's a laptop.
And then the items kind of surrounding the laptop, what type of items are those?
Clothing items and a towel.
Is this the towel right here?
It is.
Okay. States 454. I know this is kind of a lot, but where did these items or group of items come from?
Those came from the front passenger compartment of the vehicle.
And zooming into some of this stuff. What am I pointing at here?
It's a pack of socks.
Okay, and then next to it?
A pack of shirts.
Okay, and next to that?
Pack of underwear.
And then at the top, that kind of crumpled item there, what is that?
That is the map of St. Tammany Parish.
States 455. What is this item in the center?
It's a Adidas hat.
Okay, and what's next to it?
Oh, work glove or garden glove.
Okay, and do you know what this is?
It's a black hat.
Okay. States 456 here. What device is this?
That is the boost device that was seen on top of the passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay.
And a receipt for Boost Mobile with a phone number indicated on top.
Looking at states 457, is that kind of a better image of that receipt?
Yes.
All right, and if we zoom in here, does that tell you it's from Boost Mobile?
It does.
Okay, and then the transaction here, who is the sold to name?
Michael or Michael Waters.
Okay, and what does the transaction date say?
August 25th of 2023.
And the time?
At 10:19 a.m.
Okay, and then what does it say was happening, or what was the transaction for?
It was for a phone activation.
And then below, whoopsies, I'm sorry. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. Below that, is that the phone number sticky note?
Yes.
Okay, now did you put that there, or that sticky note was on the receipt?
I did not put that. It was there.
Okay. And states 458, is that just showing the rest of the receipt?
Yes.
States 459, what is below that receipt?
A glove.
States 460, what's being shown in states 460? Is the seat upside down? My apologies.
So it's a portion of the contents from the passenger seat, and on the far left is the contents of the driver seat portion of the vehicle.
Do y'all actually just indicate that on your paper you lay out?
Yes.
Okay, driver's seat versus passenger seat. States 461 here, what's being documented?
That is a application for a local golf course in our area.
Okay. This is probably a better image here. States 462. So did you recognize the Oak Harbor Golf Club? Is that something you're familiar with?
It is.
Okay. Is that in close proximity to Oak Harbor Drive where the arrest was made?
It is.
And what type of documentation is this?
An employment application.
Okay. And the name listed for the
Mike
applicant?
Michael or Michael Waters.
And under the position applying for, can you read that?
Any position.
And then states 463, what's being documented there?
That is just the bottom portion of the employment application.
States 464 here. What box are you looking into at this point?
That was a Costco box that was inside of the gray trunk, or the gray tote taken from the trunk of the vehicle, or removed from the trunk of the vehicle.
States 465 here.
We're going to pause for just a
Yes.
moment. You can step out. And we'll just pause.
No problem. Did you get them back in order? Thank you. All right, so what was primarily being documented or of interest from the Costco box?
So the documentation was of the contents of the box, and a particular item of interest was a burned piece of paper.
Okay. And states 466, is that the same piece of paper just zoomed in there?
It is.
States 467, what has happened to that piece of paper at this point in time?
It was moved to photograph the back portion of the piece of paper.
Now, beyond just photographing the back of that piece of paper, did you all collect the physical item of evidence?
Yes.
And was that done with the Cobb County lead detectives?
Yes.
And when it came to kind of packaging everything in terms of physical items that were then taken back up to Georgia, was that you putting things in bags and labeling them, or Cobb County detectives?
Once items were identified as something of interest by the Cobb County detectives, it was then packaged and labeled and later turned over to them.
States 468 here. What are we looking at?
That is the white basket that was in the removed from the trunk of the vehicle with miscellaneous contents.
Alright, looking at states 469 here. Whose name is on the piece of paper that was on top there?
The defendants.
Right. And whoops, out of what county?
Broward County
And does it have like a...
in
like
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
States 470, what's in the gray bucket?
It was like various items, scissors, I believe it was sheets or towels in there.
Is that kind of at this bottom portion area?
Yes, that's the contents of the gray tote once the Costco box was taken out of it.
I see. It was under the Costco box.
Correct.
All right. States 471, what are we zooming in on now?
The scissors inside the gray tote.
States 472.
An individual picture of the scissors or close up.
States 473. Are we now on a new basket?
Yes,
Or a different basket? Okay. States 474. What are we looking at here?
So a pair of New Balance shoes and various clothing items and other miscellaneous items.
States 475. Did you remove the Nike shoes or New Balance? I apologize.
Yes, the New Balance shoes were removed.
States 476. What was being documented in States 476?
It was stains on the shoes that appeared to be gravitational drops of blood.
States 477 here. Well, let me show you States 478. It's probably a better picture. What's being documented here?
Would appear to be blood smears on the side of the shoe.
All right. Now, States 479, we can see a hand there. When you all assist with processing, are you responsible for then sending these items anywhere in St. Tammany Parish?
No, in any search that we do, we're assisted by our technicians from our crime lab. So this photo in particular indicates a presumptive blood test that was done by our crime scene technician, and with the indication of blue is a presumptive positive of blood.
Okay. But ultimately, in terms of the further testing, was that left to Cobb County?
Correct.
States 481 here. What are we looking at a little bit further in States 481?
Just further contents of the, I believe that was the passenger compartment.
What is this thing?
A helmet, like a work helmet.
States 482. What is this item I'm circling?
Tape.
And I may have got these a little bit out of order, but looking at States 483 here, what's being held up?
That was a towel, I believe that was originally, that was the towel that was located behind the driver's seat.
Okay. States 484, is that just the other side?
Yes.
Sorry, some of these got a little bit out of order here. Looking at States 490, what bag are we back to at this point?
The bag from the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay. And I know we saw previously like a black duffel-looking bag with shoes. Is this the same bag or?
That is the same bag from the trunk.
And did you all start to kind of take out some of the items found within it?
Yes.
Right. States 491, what was one of the items found within that duffel bag?
A notebook labeled a poetry book.
And was this physically collected as well?
It was.
States 492, what was being laid out here?
Various different receipts from different establishments.
And then do you take kind of zoomed in photographs where it's easier to read and see?
Yes.
All right, States 493 here, all the way on the left. What kind of receipt was that?
That is labeled as a day pass for Planet Fitness in Slidell.
Where is Slidell in relation to St. Tammany Parish?
That is the city where the defendant was arrested.
Okay. And then on here, I know it's a little bit hard to see. Oops, I'm not making it better. Let me see if I darken it a little bit. What's separating? All right, do you see a date associated?
Yes, it says it was at August 25th, 2023 at 12:58 p.m.
Then next to that, after the day pass at the Planet Fitness, whoops. All right, what type of receipt was next to it?
It's a Walgreens receipt for the Walgreens located on Front Street in Slidell, which is in close proximity to the Planet Fitness.
Okay. And can you see what type of products were purchased?
Pilot pens, a sketch pad, and an Arizona RX Energy.
Okay. And what time did this purchase take place?
It occurred on August 25th, 2023 at 10:45 a.m.
And then what's next to that? What is the third receipt on this photograph?
It's a McDonald's receipt in Slidell.
And what day was that purchase made?
August 24th, 2023 at 5:23 p.m.
States 494 here, so next to the McDonald's receipt there. What other type of receipt was there?
It's a Smoothie King receipt for a Smoothie King in Slidell.
And the date?
On August 25th, 2023 at 11:50 a.m.
And did you also see a Smoothie King drink in the car?
Yes.
And then finally, next to the Smoothie King receipt here, do you have another Walgreens receipt?
Yes, for the same Walgreens on Front Street in Slidell. The time indicates it's at August 25th, 2023 at 10:54 a.m.
Okay. And what's this say?
Stationary masking tape.
Are we at close to a pause moment for lunch? I've been informed that we are ready for lunch in the back if this is an okay time.
Yeah, that's fine, because she'll have to be crossed anyway. So.
Right, all right, so we're gonna break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take 1 hour for lunch. Remember, you can have your cell phones back during this break, and you're not to discuss anything, not to look up anything, don't post anything. Thank you, guys. All right, and if you want to step down, you can. I want to hear from council what your thoughts were on our break that we had to do for our juror. You can step out. You can step out.
It was not an extensive break. I would say it was only 3 minutes.
It was 3 minutes.
And so I believe he's informing bailiffs that, hey, this is the time I need to go, and if it's only taking 3 minutes of our time for a quick break, I think it's fine.
And Ms. Green, it interrupted your examination. Was that fine? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Lumpkin, anything you'd like to add?
Well, I know that based on my timing of the last break we had and got that note, there was less than an hour before this happened.
Correct.
That does concern me. I think it's just a little less than 3 minutes, but sometimes it's 12:04 and sometimes it's 12:06 time frame when it came back. So I'm going to speak with Mr. Jocques about that. I think the other option is considering releasing him and to this forward of next juror. Less than an hour does concern me. I anticipate at least 3 more times today. And frankly, as it happened, it was not an advantageous point for us for them to come out of evidence up there for the strength and look at it.
Well, if this is what we're going to do, that's exactly how we're going to do it. We're just going to take a quick pause, and wherever the evidence is, I have no idea whether evidence is better for one of you than the other, but that's how it would have to work, Mr. Lumpkin.
That's why I'm suggesting I'm going to speak with Mr. Jocques about that, about our options.
All right, thank you, because it was you before we experienced it that was let's give him a break.
I think it's a great idea. I have a problem with that.
I agree with it. It was a great idea, Mr. Lumpkin.
Had it been an hour and a half in between, I'd be less concerned, but less than an hour is less concerned.
Yeah. I did make a note that it was less than an hour as well. All right, and enjoy your lunches, folks, and I'll take that up quickly when we come back. Also, when you get back from lunch, there will be a draft jury charge on your respective tables. To the extent we need a charge conference, it's probably going to be early tomorrow morning would be my suggestion. I've got to talk with court staff about what that might look like. But it is my hope that you guys will look through all of it.
Yes, Your Honor, and if you're okay with Mr. Horowitz handling that, since I have a doctor's appointment.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're okay with them handling it.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you guys.
So not for you yet, yeah, just for them for the charge conference.
Good afternoon. Give me just a minute. We'll get started. On your tables, alas, it was not. But we have a draft verdict form and draft jury charge in the form that I usually have it for our charge conferences. And at the end of the day today, we'll talk about when that charge conference will be. All right, do we want to talk about juror number 4 anymore, or kind of where are we on that?
I spoke with Elizabeth.
We are.
I spoke with Mr. Jacques about that, and I am concerned given the recent experience, and we're agreeable to have him excused at this time. We do have 2 alternates for that purpose, so we're okay with that. I explained to Mr. Jacques what that means, and having losing one juror will go to the first alternate, and not that anybody knows who's what right now, but I foresee that it took him less than an hour to have to go. He probably was having trouble before that, and that's maybe 40, 30 minutes. So I don't want somebody being pain while they're here and having that distraction. So we're agreeable with having an excuse, with asking to be excused.
We don't have an distraction, Judge.
I'm really glad that that's where you guys have landed, because that's what my inclination was as well. I think it is a huge distraction, and I can't imagine that he's not in some discomfort. So what I'd like to do, Madam Bailiff, is bring juror number 4 out, and then after I speak with him, if you could take him to where we usually, just take him straight to where we hold the alternates, and till I get the jury back in and we get going again. And then after we get going again, you can take him to get his phone or all that other stuff, and either you or the other bailiff can take him downstairs and let him go. Okay? I don't want him going back in, and there may be questions, but I'd rather avoid that. So just bring him back out.
Do you plan to let the other jurors know to stress on it on this juror and bond?
No. They'll be fine. When I give them their instructions at the end, they'll know. Just have a seat in that first chair for me, please, sir. I wanted to let you know that after talking with all the parties, I've decided to go ahead and excuse you from your jury duty on this case, okay? I'm grateful that you have come and for your service as a juror, but in order for us to kind of accommodate you and for you not to be, inconvenienced by how long we have to go in between breaks and not be in discomfort and to be able to pay attention, I think it's appropriate to go ahead and excuse you from this trial. So what we're going to do is the bailiff is going to take you to the place where another place to wait while I get everybody else in here and we get started back with the trial. And when we're done, when we're going with the trial, one of the bailiffs will come, get you your phone back, take your notes, get your juror badge, and give you instructions on how to leave, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about that?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry about that, but really I enjoy listening, because, yes.
Okay. Well, you won't be part of the deliberations. We're going to remove you from the trial, and which means you're no longer subject to my instructions, okay? All right, thank you. You can leave.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And Your Your Honor, before we bring
Hold on just a moment.
the jurors in, I just wanted to let you know, we've spoken to our lovely cameraman who's been here. He knows that our next witness is the lead detective. He will put the camera on the seal. He will cut the audio so that we can call the lead detective's name in front of the jury, obviously have him sworn in, state his name, introduce himself, and after introductions are made with the lead detective, the cameraman can then do audio only looking at the seal. So we are good to go on that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody working together.
Well, just so we're clear, as I know every witness, I generally greet them and make sure I get the name right. So if you want that not to be heard, I guess y'all need to do something about that.
Why don't we, you're good? You got it? Cameraman says he is a professional and can handle this. And I have no doubt. And I understand we're on a 10-minute lag, so if something doesn't get caught, you let me know if we need to stop the proceedings or something like that to accommodate for that. But I have every confidence that it'll be just fine. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Can we bring the jury back? Thank you. We were close. We're close to an hour, but not quite, but. All right, we're good. Everybody have a seat, please. Go ahead.
All right, very good, thank you. All right, so,
We're good.
sorry, I was turned off accidentally. It's gonna warm back up here in a second.
Jurors, we're good. We're good to go. Thank you.
My apologies, I didn't realize that turned off there for a minute. Okay. What are we looking at here in States Report 496?
It was a Florida sale contract for the 2017 Nissan Altima with the same VIN as the vehicle searched.
Okay, very good. So 497, are you able to see that a little bit more clearly?
Yes,
All right, and so the name of the buyer,
it's the defendant.
okay, and then the VIN number there that we see listed, what are the last four of that VIN?
7065.
And then going back to States 302 here, did you actually look at the entire VIN?
Yes,
Okay, and does that match the VIN, the entire VIN that's seen on 497?
yes.
Very good. And it might be hard to see, I'll see if I can pull it off with this or not, zooming in here. Are you able to see the date of this purchase document?
July 30th of 2022.
Very good. All right, and then looking at States 499 here, what item do we see in States 499?
A sketchbook.
In States 500, is that same sketchbook?
It is.
Right. Now, you previously mentioned this, but were some of the items, including the sketchbook by way of example, physically collected?
Yes.
Prior to taking the stand, did you look at a number of bags of evidence that were collected in this case?
I did.
Okay, and did you recognize those bags?
I did.
Were those bags in your presence?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, who signed the bags of the physical items that were taken out of the vehicle?
They were turned over to Cobb County.
Okay, and so is it Cobb County signature who actually did the seal and everything else?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Well, then we will follow up once the lead detective takes the stand. Give me just a moment. I think we're good. Thank you very much.
in essence, car came to y'all, you helped process the stuff, and then turned it all over to Cobb County.
Correct.
Okay. You were not called to do any further investigation or anything of that nature.
No, sir.
In your getting all the items out of the car, did you smell any gasoline?
I did not.
Did you find any gasoline?
I did not.
Did you find any containers containing gasoline or appear to contain gasoline?
Not to my recollection, no.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Are you assigned to a particular unit?
I am. I'm assigned to the Marietta Cobb Smyrna Task Force, specifically the Organized Crime Unit.
Now, how long have you worked for the Cobb County Police Department?
Since 2015.
And in what capacities have you worked for the Cobb County Police Department since 2015?
I started on uniform patrol in East Cobb. Then I went to the property crime unit in East Cobb. And in 2019, I went to the major crimes unit.
Now, back in 2023, were you assigned to the Crimes Against Persons unit?
Yes.
Otherwise known as the major crime
Correct,
unit?
yes.
All right. Now, back on August the 23rd of 2023, were you on duty?
I was.
And did you become involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, how did you come to be involved in this case?
The city of Austell had received a 911 call about a car fire. After their initial investigation, they located a body. They then called the county, called us to assist, and that's how we got involved as a unit.
Now, when were you notified of this situation in Austell?
I believe the unit was notified about 2:30 in the afternoon on the 23rd.
All right. Now, what information did you have in particular as to this incident in Austell at 2:30?
We knew that it was it started as a car fire. People had called stating that there was a fire down off of Austell Powder Springs Road in the woods. Austell responded to a car fire. They then advised us that fire had put the fire out, or Austell Fire had put the fire out. They got the VIN and found out the registered owner's information. They then further investigated by going to the registered owner's house and spoke with Miss Deanna Thurman, who stated that her daughter Beauty Couch was the one that drives that car and that she had been missing. Austell advised us that after getting that information, they went back out to the area where the vehicle fire was, and upon searching the woods, they located the deceased body of a female.
Now, we talked about the 911 call. What time did that original 911 call come in?
At 12:16 hours.
Once you were briefed with that information, what did you do next?
Myself and several other detectives and supervisors responded to the scene, along with the crime scene unit.
Now, the scene, are we talking about that power line easement?
Yes.
Off of Geographic?
Yes.
Is that in Cobb County?
It is.
Now, does the Crimes Against Persons unit work as a team?
Yes, we do.
Did some detectives go to other locations while you responded to the scene?
Yes. standard operating procedure when we get a call like this is 2 detectives are assigned as lead detectives. Other detectives are assigned to do more of an administrative role as far as like issue search warrants and that kind of thing. And then if there's like a secondary scene, such as in this case, the Henson Record Yard or Miss Thurman's house, we'll send additional detectives there as well. Everybody kind of stops what they're doing in the unit and finds a way to help out.
Now, ultimately, did you end up going to the scene where the car was and Miss Couch was located?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately what time you got to the scene?
We arrived on scene at 4:02 in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
So the crime scene tape was stretched at the beginning of the power line easement right at Joe Jerkins Boulevard. So we parked on Joe Jerkins Boulevard. The Austell detective that testified earlier, he was keeping a crime scene log. So we met with him, gave him our information, our name and badge number and department we worked for. He put us in the crime scene log, and then we made our way down to the area where the car fire was, which was probably 400 or 500 feet.
Now, did you, were you there when the scene was processed?
I was, yes.
So I want to jump back into some of these crime scene photos. We've heard testimony about an oil can or jug.
Yes.
Was that collected in this case?
It was.
So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into State's Exhibit 110. All right, if you'll kind of orient the jurors here, where are we in this photograph?
Okay, so at the top of the picture, can I stand up and use the pointer?
Yes.
So at the top of the photograph is the area where we found the decedent. And then down here on the other side of this log is where we located the oil can. We kind of did an area search around the body to see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
Now, where was the kind of the entrance into the woods in relation to this photograph?
So basically, if you draw a straight line from the oil jug to where the body is resting, it's straight through there, going through the top of the picture.
And I'm going to go jump back to State's Exhibit 102. Where are you standing in State's Exhibit 107 if you were taking this photograph?
So again, here is where the body, the decedent, was resting. This is the log, and on the other side of this log is where the oil jug was located and then ultimately collected.
Right. And now, were you there when it was collected?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is the packaging for the oil jug that was collected from the scene.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 510 into evidence.
If I did.
And yes, you have some gloves up there. Now, obviously, we just saw a photograph of it. What kind of condition was this oil can jug in?
So when we were looking throughout the scene, there was quite a bit of litter and trash in that area. Not immediately around the body, but in the overall area, there was a lot of trash. You could tell that like some of the paper items had been there for a while because they had been either rained on or just weathered. the oil jug, after collecting it and looking at it further, you could tell it had been out there for quite a while, as it was also weathered and kind of dirty. And
And I'm going to jump to State Exhibit 112. Is this just a photograph of what was in this bag in 510?
it is, yes.
And I'm going to ask you to kind of, if you'll stand up with me. Sure. That's okay, Judge. You can pull that out, and if you can walk in front of the jurors with me. Can you show me the condition of what we're seeing in 112?
So this is the backside of the oil jug, obviously very dirty, weathered.
And now for the jurors, if you can spin it to the other side, are there actual holes in this jug?
There are. Up here by the spout, there's some holes or cracks in the oil jug. It's missing the front label.
And what does this indicate to you?
That it had been in the woods for quite a while.
And so, as it related to your investigation, did this have much significance for you, given the state that it was in?
When we first saw an oil jug, we said, let's just go ahead and collect it. Upon further investigation, it was not related to our case.
All right. Now, I want to jump to State Exhibit 102. What are we seeing marked as marker 2?
Marker 2, that is the citation that we located.
And was that collected?
It was.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 152. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 152?
I do, yes.
How do you recognize it?
It is item 16, which is the citation that was collected from the scene.
Is it the same citation we see in marker 2 and 102?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves then towards what's marked as State's Exhibit 152 into evidence. No objection.
Submitted.
Now, I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 152. Now, for the jurors, what information is on this citation?
May I stand again?
Yes.
So, it is a City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, citation payment center dated the 16th of January 2023. It is a parking citation payment form. You can see where the amount would be enclosed, the citation number, and then the license or tag number in the state. In this case, it's 27 Delta Delta Juliet Charlie out of the state of Florida.
Now, and I'll flip this to the other side as well. Was there any other information on the citation that was left here?
I don't see anything on the back of it.
I'll just try to get that piece of paper out of the way. Any additional information on that citation on the back of it?
Not that I'm seeing. I mean, you can see where the corner is torn. And this is, that looked like some previous, or not previous, I'm sorry, that looks like some of the residue from when our crime scene unit was trying to process it for fingerprints.
Right, I'll ask about that in a second. But what I'm getting at is, was there any other information on the back that you could read?
No.
Okay. So the front of this citation, is that where all the information came from?
Yes, it was.
On the front of this citation, was there any names associated with this?
There was not, no.
Now, prior to going to the power lines, and I'll refer to the power lines, had you even heard of the name Eugene Louis-Jocques?
I had not, no.
And were you able to investigate this citation?
Yes.
How were you able to investigate this citation?
So we ran the tag, that 27 Delta Delta Juliet Charlie, through NCIC, which is the National Information Crime Index. No. It's our system that we run tags and licenses and everything through. National Crime Information Center is what it stands for. Sorry. Yeah, so we ran it through Florida. We can type in a tag and we can designate what state we're searching. And when we ran that tag, it came back to a 2017 Nissan Altima registered to Eugene Louis-Jocques.
All right. At this time, the state would move to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 152 as a business record certificate with accompanying records kept in the ordinary course of business as it relates to citation number A2028141110.
We already have a 152?
152A.
Thank you. Any objections?
Not now, but we have an A. Very good, thank you.
Okay, it's admitted.
Oh, thank you, Judge. And I'm just going to flip to page 2 of 152A. And here, where did these records come out of?
It came out of the city of Fort Lauderdale in Broward County, Florida.
Now, on here, does it have a citation number?
It does. The A202814110, which is the same number as the citation number that we found on scene.
Is that right here?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, this citation, who was the responsible party?
Eugene Louis-Jocques.
All right. Now, down here, does it have the make of the car?
It does. The Nissan Altima, the tag number, the 277 Delta Delta Juliet Charlie, which is the same as the tag number on the citation that we located on scene.
Now, was that tag set to expire?
It was. Yeah, it shows that it expires in April of 2023.
Now, ultimately, ultimately the jurors have heard about a different tag number. Were you able to learn of that tag at a later time?
The tag that was on the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, we were.
All right. Now, do you know when that tag was put on that car?
Sometime between this issuance of the citation and the call when we received from City of Austell.
Now, now, do you remember when you actually got this information from Fort Lauderdale?
The certified copy?
No, as to who was associated with the citation.
I know that while we were on scene, we asked one of the detectives to run the tag, and that's when we got the information that the 27 tag that the citation was issued to belonged to Eugene Louis-Jocques.
Now, while you were also on scene, did once you kind of reviewed this, the crime scene here, how did your investigation continue?
So, as you can imagine, we spent quite a bit of time out on this scene. While we were out on scene, we were notified by Austell Dispatch of a 911 call from Eugene Louis-Jocques' mother requesting a welfare check at Beauty Couch's house.
I'm going to object. Here's a ejection. I need to take it out. It's not present here.
Do you have a quick response?
I do not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and I need to deal with something with the lawyers outside of your presence. Thank you for your patience.
Is hearsay. This witness is just testifying to getting information, from Austell Police Department, somebody. The first that we have heard of this information, no one else has testified to it. hearsay as it comes from whoever it was in Austell that gave it him. And then doubling hearsay up as to this person who made the phone call, making some statements to the purpose of the call. So I object to that, and we were mistrial for violation of that.
So let me just make sure that I understand your objection. You're not saying that the information that he just testified about, you're not saying this is the first time you've ever heard about it. You're saying this is the first time.
Correct. I'm familiar with it.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I was clear that this wasn't a discovery violation or something like that you were bringing up. Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. So, under a couple of grounds, I would say that it's admissible. That's my argument.
Okay, I need to hear you though. So on the microphone for me.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why I can't hear today, but.
First, we do have a business record certificate for these 911 calls. That business record certificate is actually already in evidence that covers these 911 calls that were made. Now, just for the court's information, this 911 call was made by Diana Clark Louis-Jocques, who is the defendant's mother. In that phone call, she is audibly concerned for the welfare of her son and beauty couch because she can't get in contact with them, and is asking for law enforcement to do a welfare check of Beauty and her son at the 2840 Broad Street address that you've heard about throughout this trial. So as it relates to a hearsay exception, it's just an excited utterance, and based off of the foundational business record certificate.
He didn't hear it.
Well, he's listened to the 911 call.
Okay, all right. I should not have interrupted you. Carry on.
So, detective has listened to the 911 call himself, and he actually called her afterwards. And so the way that, and would never ask him about as to what that conversation was, but what we're moving to admit is this 911 call that Diana Louis-Jocques made to law enforcement as to a ongoing emergency for a missing person for her son and beauty couch, wanting police to help find Louis-Jocques, Eugene Louis-Jocques and beauty couch. So I believe it falls under excited utterance, given that she is actively concerned as to the well-being of her son and the beauty couch to law enforcement for a welfare check.
Your response?
So we're conflating two very different things, although related. My objection here is that this witness is testifying to hearsay of someone in Austell PD telling him about a call that someone else made, given the content of that call. That's my objection. That is hearsay as we stand here. There's no evidence or foundation of any excited utterance or anything of that nature. It's just part of an investigation.
Well, can we take them one at a time then? Because you did not address, I don't think, this witness testifying that another police officer told him that he had received a dispatch. How did the other police officer find out about this?
Can I clarify?
No.
So because it was a 911 call. I mean, it was a direct phone call from Diana Louis-Jocques to 911, where that information was then relayed to detectives on scene.
To the detectives that were on scene, 911 people called, the detectives on scene said, hey, we just got this.
Correct.
And the detective on scene told this witness, hey, I just got this call.
Yes.
Okay, so when the detective on scene, he's going through the layers, Mr. Lumpkin's going through the layers of the hearsay, because there it is.
Sure.
So for the detective on scene that told this witness, I just got this 911 call. What is your argument on that?
I can say that testimony as to what somebody else tells him as to the contents of that call, as to what she said, would be hearsay to some extent, but the contents of the 911 call is covered by the business record certificate and the exception to hearsay for as an excited utterance.
All right.
Where within this detective's investigation, he has listened to that 911 call, and in addition, once he was relayed this information, he actually then called Diana Clark Louis-Jocques and continued the investigation. So it's not, I'm not asking as to the hearsay, it's not even just for the truth of the matter asserted of being notified of a phone call. He's testifying as to his investigation as to a 911 call that was made. That 911 call is being covered by the business record certificate as a ordinary course of business phone call when an excited utterance from the defendant's mother, who is concerned about the welfare of her son, and then this detective continued his investigation after reviewing that 911 call.
All right, to the extent you're trying to say that Austell 911 telling a detective on scene, telling this witness that any of that was an excited utterance, that will be overruled. I mean, your argument, his hearsay would be sustained on that because an excited utterance relates to a startling event plus declarant still under stress caused by the event. And a 911 call from anyone is not a startling event to the 911 operator or anyone in law enforcement, right? Like even, I mean, I would have a hard time, I think, finding that a report of a crime in any way, I just don't think that's a startling event as excited utterances. Now, the 911 call itself, you haven't tendered that.
No, Judge, no.
Are you going to?
That was going to be my next question.
Okay, so are you going to have an objection to the 911 call itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that? We're just going to deal with this right now.
Very good. So it is also hearsay, obviously, because it's a statement made by a person who's out of court declarant. They're offering it for the purpose of the truth of the matter contained therein, which is
That she's worried?
she's worried that she's got a call from my client and he said something. So there's yet another layer of hearsay there. So that's.
But your client, and we're not calling her?
No, Judge.
Okay, so let's just talk about, does she say on the 911 call, my son told me this?
Words to that effect. Don't quote me on the exact language, but it is, my son, I'm concerned about my son.
Well, can we just play it? Can we just play it? They're out, I'm here.
Yes, I'm trying to do a reference check for my son who's residing at 2840 Broad Street in Austell, Georgia, 30106.
Okay, what's his first and last name?
First name is Eugene, E-U-G-E-N-E, last name Louis-Jocques, Louis-Jacques.
How old is he?
He's 21.
Is he black, white, or Hispanic?
He's black.
Okay. And what's the reason for the welfare check? Have you not heard from him in a while? What's going on?
He called me yesterday. Since then, I have no idea what's going on with him. I'd like to give you his phone number so if it's possible to have a trace on his phone.
Okay, what is that phone number?
786-769-6329.
Right, hold on, one second, okay?
Okay.
Case number 228. All right, I heard that phone number 786-769-6329.
Yes, and he has another phone number that he has used. His girlfriend's number is 404-360-0761. Her name is Beauty, B-A-U-T-Y House, C-O-U-T-A. She is not answering her phone, is going straight to voicemail. She has not told me what's happening with my son. I am the mother. My name is Diana, D-I-A-N-A, Clark, C-L-A-R-K, then last name Louis-Jocques.
All right.
Phone number?
Yes, what is that phone number?
954-548-9131.
954-548, what were the last four again? I apologize.
Is that all of the part related to what he told her?
All right, I'll let officers know.
All right, I'm good. I don't need to hear it all. Okay, now I understand better. All right, Mr. Horowitz.
Yes, I still stand on my argument that the foundational business record certificate covers the foundation of this, and then the excited utterance exception to hearsay, given that this is an ongoing investigation or an ongoing emergency as to this defendant's welfare and trying to get law enforcement to try to go find him because she's concerned as to his well-being, is an ongoing emergency, and is an exception to hearsay. And I do want to address Mr. Lumpkin's kind of double hearsay, where she does mention that the defendant says, "I'm sorry," or something to that effect. Well, he's a party opponent, so there's no, it's not hearsay. And then in addition, I do want to just address if the court has any issues with it, if there's going to be an argument to the confrontation clause or anything like that. I do have a case on point. That is Michigan versus Bryant, Bryant, 562 U.S. 344, 2011, and to determine whether a statement to the police's testimonial, because I would be saying this is a non-testimonial statement given to law enforcement. The question is whether the statement was made by the witness under circumstances objectively indicating that the primary purpose of the interrogation was to enable police assistance to meet an ongoing emergency. If that is the case, then the statement is not testimonial because the witness was not simply reporting information about a prior criminal offense. And then it cites Spratlin versus the state 366 GA Act 607. It goes on to say the 2011 decision in Michigan versus Bryant.
Slow down.
Oh, I apologize. The 2011 decision in Michigan versus Bryant, same spelling, 562 U.S. 344, expanded on the Davis and Hammond, that's Hammon, decisions, and held that a statement by a mortally wounded victim to the police identifying his assailant was not testimonial under the circumstances of that case. The victim had been shot and made his way to a gas station. The police went to the gas station where, and were told by the victim that Bryant was the man who shot him. The court concluded that the statement made to the police was designed as its primary purpose to enable the police to meet an ongoing emergency, as opposed to a statement that was designed to establish or prove a past event potentially relevant to later criminal prosecution. The Bryant court concluded that in assessing the primary purpose of a statement, the trial court must make an objective assessment of circumstances. Relevant factors that ought to be considered include the location where the statement was made, at the crime scene or at the police station, which in this case she was not there. She was elsewhere. Whether there exists an ongoing emergency, well, this situation is this mother concerned for her son as to his well-being because she hasn't heard from him and he said he was sorry. Could be thousands of reasons as to why he says he's sorry, and then it's an ongoing emergency. She's concerned for her son. And so back to the factor, whether there exists an ongoing emergency such as an armed assailant on the loose, including whether an assailant is armed or whether his crime is involved in domestic dispute, which might be over and done with, or random acts of violence which may continue to endanger the community. And then last, the formality in which the statement was made, that is whether the declarant is quickly responding to disorganized questioning as opposed to formally making a statement recounting past events. Well, that's just not what we have. This isn't a recounting of past events. This is telling law enforcement, hey, where is my son? Help me find my son. And so I would argue that confrontation clause is not an issue given this case, in that the foundational call itself by the business record covers it, and then the excited utterance as to the mother's concern as to an ongoing emergency as to the welfare of her son. In addition, to cover Mr. Lumpkin's double hearsay argument, I believe that's what he's making, is that, well, the defendant is a party opponent, and so that it's just not hearsay. So for those reasons, I ask this court to admit this evidence.
Mr. Lumpkin?
So, as I understand where we are, we're not addressing, I think you've already ruled the issue addressed, the hearsay of the unknown person speaking to this detective. So I'm moving past that.
Well, I said that's not an excited utterance from the unknown detective to this witness.
For sure. So I just want the court to know I'm not giving up on that issue is what it is, but I've already addressed that. As to this potential next issue of them wanting to introduce the phone call. So one, I did, the certification is in, but I specifically, when we admitted that, made clear that I had no objection to those first two calls, because those were the fire calls. Those were ongoing emergencies. Those were utterances that needed immediate attention. What we see here is not that, by the content of this call, is he called me yesterday. Well, that takes it out of any excited utterance or immediate need or ongoing emergency. It wasn't of any concern to deal with at all yesterday. And now we're the next day, she called, and frankly, she sounded relatively calm. I was know her directly, I do, but I don't think the parties know her well enough to say, but I think we can talk to her. The bottom line is, there's nothing to indicate for the court to find she is clearly excited and upset, and she's concerned, there's no doubt about that. But this is an event that has happened. That's the word that I heard him use from the case he cited is I didn't write it down when he said it, but it's not an ongoing emergency. It is recounting of past events. That's what he said. That's what she did. She's recounting past events from the day before. She's asking her, and then the other thing that's a concern is she says, he called and he said he's sorry or something. So there's a problem with passing along what it is that's even been said, and that lies to our confrontation problem of being able to ferret out exactly what was said, if she even really remembers it all or not, because she's an older lady and hasn't been a day since this happened. She's not hearing from him, and that's got her concerned, I get that. But to allow them to put that statement in evidence and the prejudicial value that could have on this jury in that format is absolutely inappropriate. It is hearsay from her. It's not, it doesn't fit an exception to hearsay. To the extent that the defendant's statement itself can be an exception to hearsay for sure, if we had that person actually talk directly to him here in court declaring it. But that's not what we have. And so to the extent there's a confrontation problem, absolutely, it is a call to law enforcement. No, it's not for a crime per se, although she doesn't know what's happening. She's just trying to figure out what's happened with her son. So I believe it is in fact testimonial in nature. That's the very purpose of why the state wants to use it, to say, well, here's evidence given to us in our law enforcement capacity, and we want you to use it for the truth therein. So I would cite Crawford v. Washington in general terms that this is testimonial. It is inappropriate to get it in this way. And lastly, I'll say that even if it survived all of that, I'd ask the court, using the 403 balancing test, it's more prejudicial than it's probative, because at the end of the day, it's a statement that's not totally clear of exactly what was said, but they want to use it for exactly the words that were said and then hammer that home. Well, he said he's sorry, he must have done something horribly bad. That's what I anticipate they're going to. I know this witness won't be saying that, of course. But to that extent, I would say absolutely more prejudicial and probative, because all we know is mom called, she hadn't heard from him, and she's trying to get them to look for him, but she doesn't really remember exactly what was said. So that's the problem I have. So I'm thinking that balancing the court should exclude it, if not for any other reasons.
And I just want to, if I may, Judge, just kind of clarify a couple of things. I was in no way going to ask, so just kind of lay it out. So this 911 call comes in, and obviously I heard the court as to the dispatcher to detective. I hear you on that. But my argument for the 911 call, so the 911 call is then the detective then reaches out to Diana Clark Louis-Jocques, and what I did anticipate questioning this detective on is what was her demeanor like when you talked to her, and how soon after did you speak to her after this 911 call was? Was she still in that concerned state? And so that type of questioning is showing that she was still excited as to this 911 call that she made that we just heard. And so I just wanted to kind of clarify on that portion. But I would not be asking as to, well, when you had this interview with Diana Louis-Jocques, what did she say? That's hearsay.
All right, so there's two issues. Number one is the hearsay issue, and number two is the confrontation clause issue. What I just heard from, am I wrong with that? You're giving me, you did your head like this, Mr. Lumpkin, and I know what that means usually. Yeah, there are two issues, right?
Better than I do that. I was just looking at it.
Okay, all right. But am I right on that? Are there two separate legal issues and inquiries here, right? Okay, thank you. Or as all of you guys say, very good.
Fair enough.
Both of you say that. With regard to the confrontation clause, it is whether it's testimonial or not. The case that you gave talked about the emergency and the trying to get help. Let's not talk about excited utterances for a minute, but I want to hear the state's argument on the confrontation clause, because I don't know that I'm completely clear on how that argument is separate, because, and I must have missed that when I was listening, that she says he told me yesterday, as opposed to he just told me this and now I'm calling you because I tried to call him and he didn't call me back. Does that matter? And if not, why? And if yes, what's your argument?
So why, what happened yesterday, that statement, I believe, is kind of what we're narrowed in on. What happened yesterday is the reason for why she's calling, and she hasn't been able to reach her son, which kind of just leads, I know this is more of an excited utterance, lead up, right? As to...
Well, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. What happened yesterday and then what happened in the following hours of not being able to reach him.
Correct. And so with that case here, and what I listed to the court, those are just kind of objective circumstances that you can look at. They're not definitive factors. And so within that case in particular, it says for confrontation clause, you have to decide whether or not it's testimonial or not. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that my argument, it is non-testimonial. And in this case, to determine whether a statement to the police is testimonial, the question is whether the statement was made by the witness under circumstances objectively indicating that the primary purpose of the interrogation was to establish or was to enable police assistance to meet an ongoing emergency. And in this case, it's exactly what she's doing, is trying to get law enforcement involved for the well-being of her son, which would be an ongoing emergency.
And this witness is, now I'm conflating the issues, because now I'm in my head going to ask you a hearsay related question. Is this witness available?
I can say she has not been cooperative.
That's not my question.
Well, the answer is no.
Do you want to make a record on that?
That she hasn't been subpoenaed. She lives out of state. She is, I believe, still in Fort Lauderdale, and she's not under subpoena.
Okay. Anything from Mr. Lumpkin on that?
Well, not being under subpoena is not unavailable. I mean, that's the basic thought.
And unavailability doesn't matter as it relates to the confrontation clause.
I don't know. That's why I said I was jumping back into the hearsay issue.
Sorry.
Because I got to get through both, right?
Yes.
All right, anything else you guys? I'm gonna have to take a break and look at a couple of things. Not what I want to do, but I just need a. I just need a minute to look at a couple of things. Anything else you want me to consider?
I'm going to say to the judge, if you look, and I've done a little looking, there are welfare check cases, I admit, where the courts find that we don't have that issue, but they're immediate issues, as the state is referring to, where we have an immediate need. I need somebody to go do something right now because I just found out something. So I just caution the court in your looking. The way I look is I look for my one call welfare check, and so that's kind of what comes up first. And there's some case law that is not helpful to me, but because it doesn't fit these facts. So I wish I'm trying to find one that's more like this, and all I can suggest to the court is, well, when you have something that's not. The concerns we have when we look at confrontation clause issues is there a time in which the declarant could have thought and come up with some tainting of the information. Now, oftentimes that's intentional. I'm not suggesting there's anything intentional here, but it can also be inadvertent. This is an older lady who can't even remember by her own statement if he said he's sorry or something, and she can't get a hold of him, so she wants him to go check him. So that's why I think this fits into the confrontational.
Anything else?
So, just to kind of address the welfare check kind of cases, in those cases, I could be wrong. I don't know all the law in the world, but for welfare checks which happen daily across this country, no welfare check happens after I call my son 5 minutes later, he hasn't answered. Well, in this case, what we hear is my son called me yesterday saying, I'm sorry, and I can't reach him. It's been a day. Well, that's why this ongoing investigation or an ongoing emergency is non-testimonial, because she's trying to get law enforcement in touch with her son. And so with that, Judge, I'll leave it with my arguments, Judge.
All right, thank you. Just take a quick break. If you'll let the jurors know to please use their restroom during this break. Y'all take a comfort break as well. I'll be back as fast as I can. All right, thank you all for your patience, and with regard to the 911 call coming in as evidence, which hasn't been tendered, but they said it was going to be tendered, so we're dealing with it right now instead of bringing the jury back in and then dealing with it again. To the extent that the state does in fact tender, and to the extent there is an objection about confrontation clause and hearsay, that objection is going to be overruled. With regard to the confrontation clause, the court finds that a 911 call like this, asking for a welfare check on someone's child, even an adult child, is not testimonial. The primary purpose of the statement to the 911 operator was not to establish evidence that could be used in a future prosecution. It was to engage law enforcement to help her locate her son and her son's girlfriend. With regard to the hearsay part of it, I think there's a variety of applicable reasons here. I do think the statement by the defendant would be party opponent, or an admission by a party opponent. We also have, the state mentioned excited utterance from that might apply. I'm not completely sure. I also think we have present sense impression that could apply here, and a statement of a then existing mental, emotional condition. And I also think we have the business records certification for the 911 call. So those are some of the reasons that I was able to kind of work through during my break. Is there anything anybody wants to put on the record?
Nothing from the state judge.
The conclusion of all that, what I'm thinking you're going to tell us is that if in fact they do tender the 911 call, then I'm going to object, and you're going to overrule my objection based on what you just told us.
Even if you don't want to do that in front of the jury, we can do it right now, if that's what your concern is.
Well, I want to just offer one other suggestion. Given the 403 analysis, you haven't addressed that yet.
Thank you so much for reminding me. I did think about that when I was during my break, and I don't see that the prejudice to the defendant here outweighs. Hold on a second. Let me get to exactly what I wanted to say. All right, well, I lost it. Hold on a second. All right, so my finding is that the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury. To the 403 analysis that I have considered. I don't think this is one of the situations where that would apply.
So, my compromise suggestion is, not conceding any of my previous objections, is to the extent it makes some sense as to what the officer did, that he received information about a 911 call, and then he followed up on that. My biggest concern, of course, is the content of that is so mushy, and the reason why I think it is more prejudicial and probative because of that, because we don't know exactly what was said. We know what she told them, and even she recognized that she doesn't know exactly what he said, but the way that's going to be used against my client is tremendously prejudicial. But he could be allowed to testify that, yes, I became aware of a 911 call that was made regarding a welfare check. I looked into that, and based upon that, and I guess to the extent it was determined that his mother had called, was going to make no welfare check. So without going into the content of the conversation, that's what I think the 403 is for, to give us that way to balance that. The interest of explaining the investigation in a way that makes sense, I get that. And they can do that by saying what he said, albeit hearsay the way he said it, but it can be cleaned up, strike that. They could say, yes, I became aware of a 911 call, welfare check from his mother. I followed up on that, and based on that, we continued looking for Mr. Jocques.
But as I have seen it, and I'm not even asking Mr. Horowitz to say anything, but I'll let you in just a minute. I'm not trying to not let you speak. As I have heard it, the welfare check request was because of what the mother reported the defendant said to her, and then the passage of time without her being able to get in contact with him. I don't know that. Well, I'll let you speak.
I didn't necessarily follow what he's trying to compromise.
He's trying to say the probative value part of 403 is satisfied if the witness just says there was a 911 welfare check about the defendant, and that's what carried me off the trail, that carried me on my investigation, as opposed to allowing the 911 call in. He's arguing, he's down to 403 now. That's where we are now.
Okay. And
so, that the probative value the states need for this information in this case, it doesn't require the contents of that 911 call, and it doesn't require this witness testifying about the mother's reason for the welfare check.
One, as it relates to 403, I mean, the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice.
And he's saying the unfair prejudice is a statement that is vague, told me I'm sorry or something, and that statement is so prejudicial to his client, and that you don't have a need for that as the state, that information.
And I would respectfully disagree. We do need that information.
And then why?
And it is incredibly probative as to the timing of this this phone call, and to the whereabouts as to this defendant. And at that time, there was nobody. We didn't know who was involved at all until mom calls. And so it's absolutely probative as to next steps in the investigation. It's probative in, countless ways, to be honest, Judge. Yeah.
Well, I get the countless ways. I just need, I need to hear them from you.
Well, especially when the defense in this case is ID. Before this 911 call, it was a whodunit, who has partaken in this murder and this arson, And so this 911 call comes in, and we get a 911 call as to my son is missing, beauty couch is missing, please get a welfare check, I don't know where my son is. And so at that point, we're now finding that beauty couch has been killed in the woods, or found in the woods. That's where our investigation then goes towards the direction of the defendant. So it's absolutely probative to the investigation. And
Mr. Lumpkin, I did hear in your openings you say that the law enforcement focused on the defendant and chose to investigate no one else. That was and I mean that was the theme of your opening, consistent with that's because they didn't look at anybody else.
I did say that. I don't know what that has to do with this conversation.
Because
this testimony has been, we already had information because we checked NCIC and got his name on the citation in the car. So they're already going in that direction, at least chronology of how it's been produced to us. To suggest this is what got them looking at Mr. Jocques, I don't think is true, frankly.
Well, I agree with you. I don't think it is the only thing, but it appears to be one of the things that we're kind of creating whatever this investigation was. And now that I think back on openings, quite frankly, they do have the need for it. I'm going to make my finding, and then we're going to move on. We'll allow both sides the opportunity to put something on the record if you like, but I find it's relevant. I've gone through the confrontation clause analysis. I've told you why I am comfortable with allowing it in over the hearsay objection, and with regard to 403, the probative value here is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice to the defendant. Anything anybody else wants to put on the record?
Good. We'll just note our objection. I think I may need to ask this for the record. I'm going to ask the court to consider a motion to strike the testimony of the witness as an option, and then let them try to fix it to the extent that I may not have to do that based on the court's ruling, but I want to make sure I exhaust that remedy.
You also just reminded me I did not rule on your motion for mistrial. And that is denied, but when we come back in, I am going to tell the jury that the objection that you initially made in front of them, the objection that you heard before I released you, is sustained. You will disregard the testimony from this witness. And I've already told them about objections, and I've already told them in two different ways that if I tell them that something's been excluded, that they're not to consider it. So I feel comfortable with that, but that's what I'm going to tell them when they come back in.
As long as all of our objections are noted and maintained. Thank you.
I think so. Anything else?
No, Judge. Thank you.
All right, bring them back in. All right, everyone, have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before I excused you, there was an objection made by defense. That objection has been sustained, which means you shall not consider the testimony that was objected to.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 512. That is covered by the business record certificate for a 911 call. That is located on the master drive.
I think we've already admitted the actual 512 certification. I did not agree to the other calls that are listed on there, and I'll maintain my objection as to the proper admissibility of those.
All right, so which one is, how is this particular 911 call designated?
So this one is on the master drive as State's Exhibit 512, which is covered by State's Exhibit 5's business record.
5, I missed that, thank you. So 512 will be admitted over objection. You may.
6:09 p.m. 9 seconds. On South Police and Fire. It's called the transfer for 2840 Broad Street. 2840 Broad Street. Okay. Ma'am, you're connected with all sales.
Yes, I'm trying to do a wellness check for my son, who resides at 2840 Broad Street in Austell, Georgia, 30106.
Okay, what's his first and last name?
First name is Eugene, E-U-G-E-N-E, last name Louis-Jocques, Louis-Jacques.
How old is he?
He's 21.
Is he black, white, or Hispanic?
He's black.
Okay. And what's the reason for the welfare check? Have you not heard from him in a while? What's going on?
He called me yesterday and told me something about he's sorry, and I haven't heard from him since then. I have no idea what's going on with him. I'd like to give you his phone number too, if it's possible to have a trace on his phone.
Okay, what is that phone number?
786-769-6329.
All right, hold on one second for me, okay?
Okay.
Case number 228. All right, I heard that phone number 786-769-6329.
Yes, and he has another phone number that he has used. His girlfriend's number is 404-360-0761. Her name is Beauty, B-A-U-T-Y House, C-O-U-T-H. She is not returned her phone, is going straight to voicemail. She has not told me what's happening with my son. I am the mother. My name is Diana, D-I-A-N-A, Clark, C-L-A-R-K, and last name Louis-Jocques.
All right.
My phone number?
Yes, what is that phone number?
954-548-9131.
954-548. What were the last four again? I apologize.
9131.
All right. I'll let our officers know that way they can go out there and try to make contact with somebody, okay? I will have someone contact you back, all right?
Yes, thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hello.
All right, Detective. What time did this call come in?
This call was at 6:09 p.m. on the 23rd.
Now, did you have the opportunity to make contact with the defendant's mother, Diana Clark Louis-Jocques?
Yes.
Now, without getting into anything that she said, what was her demeanor like?
She was worried.
Now, a part of your investigation, is it common to figure out where people live?
Yes.
Were you able to identify where the defendant lived?
Yes.
Where did the defendant live?
He lived at the Extended Stay America on Sports Avenue in Smyrna. I believe the street address is 3101. But I will look that up.
I'm going to show you 679.
3103.
All right, do we see, in State's Exhibit 679, do we see that address?
Yes, it's 3103 Sports Avenue in Smyrna, Georgia.
Is that that extended stay?
It is, yes.
Now, who was the guest at the extended stay?
Eugene Louis-Jocques.
And then down here, when was the check-in date?
Check-in date was August 11th, 2023.
And when's the checkout date?
The checkout date was September 10th, 2023.
And here we see a room. What room?
Yes, it's room 331.
Now, with this information, did you go to that location?
Yes, I did.
And did you execute a search warrant of that location?
I did.
Now, part of searching of locations, do you all take photographs?
Yes, we do.
Prior to your testimony, did we go over this large stack of photographs?
Yes, we did.
Just look through them just real briefly. Are these fair and accurate photographs of the photos taken of apartment 331 at the extended stay?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 516 to 678.
Subject to our previous objection to this material, nothing further to object.
All right, it'll be admitted.
All right, I'm going to go quickly. State's Exhibit 516. Is this just kind of the welcome sign to the...
Yes, this is the sign for the business out on the road.
State's Exhibit 517. Is this the front door to 331?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 520. Zoom out. Now, where are we in 331 at this time?
That is as you enter the room. You can see part of the what looks like the door jamb in the bottom right corner.
Now, before we go much further, what were your general observations about this room when you entered it?
It was fairly neat and in order. There were no signs of struggle or anything like that. It looked like after going through the room, it looked like it had been left.
In other words, were there a lot of items in this room?
There were not a lot, no.
All right. And as we walk in the room, what are we seeing here on the right?
So there's the chair. There is a book on the chair. There's some clothing on the floor between the chair and the bed, and then an unmade bed with a blanket partially on the floor.
I'm showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 522. Are we a little further in the room and just to the right?
Yes.
Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 525. Are we kind of panning to the rest of the room here?
Yes, we are.
526. In 526, do we start seeing a hallway down this way on the west side? What's down on that side?
Down the hallway and to the right is the bathroom of the extended stay.
Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 527. Are we making our way around the room to the front of the bed?
Yes, we are.
528, kind of just a higher picture of the walls.
Yes.
I'm showing you 529. Now what do we see here in the bottom left?
So there's the bedside table upon which is a bouquet of flowers, a note, and then the standard hotel, telephone, alarm clock, and TV remote.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 531. Is there something on the floor here?
Yeah, I believe that's a phone charger.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 532. Are we getting closer to that bedside table?
Yes.
Now State's Exhibit 533. What are we focusing in on here?
The bouquet.
State's Exhibit 534. Is that just a closer picture of that?
Yes.
535. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 535?
This is the note that was underneath the bouquet of flowers.
Now, for the jurors, if you could read that note to them.
Welcome. I love you too. I look forward to creating new memories in this home and our future house. And it's signed by Pookie.
Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 536. In the kind of the middle area, we still see that bouquet.
Yes.
But are we starting to see this kind of, I guess, kitchenette area?
Yes.
And then you said that there was a bathroom. Is that located here?
Yeah, through that doorway to the right.
All right. In 537, are we seeing the kind of the end of the room here?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 538. Are we making our way towards that kitchenette area?
Yes, we are.
539. Where are we standing now?
In the kitchenette, looking to the right is back to the bedroom, and to the left is into the bathroom.
Showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 540. Is that just a straight on shot into the bathroom?
Yes, it is.
541. What do we see here?
This is further into the bathroom, or as we're entering the bathroom.
No, we see a little item right here. I'm showing you what's marked State's 546. What is that?
It appears to be the corner of the trash bag that guest services or whoever maintains the rooms would tie to secure the bag to the trash can.
Like little, like clear plastic bags they would put in the trash can?
Yes.
Now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 547. Now down here at the bottom, is that just like the corner of the trash can?
Yes, it is.
And so are we now starting to pan towards the shower area?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 548. What are we seeing here?
This is the shower tub combination.
549. What do we see here?
This is just higher up the wall.
550. What do we see here?
Yeah, we're continuing up towards the ceiling.
551. Where are we turning?
So we are standing next to the tub, looking back out the door where we see the vanity and the mirror.
552. Where are we now?
We're back out into the kitchenette.
Showing you 554. Is this the same sink we see here in 552?
Yes, it is.
All right. Inside the sink in 555, what were we able to see?
We're zoomed in on the drain.
And we see this kind of greenery here in 555 and 557. Were you able to identify that?
No, it looks like a leaf.
Now, in State's Exhibit 558, where are we looking now?
We're basically in the doorway from the bathroom, looking straight out to the kitchenette.
And then 559, is that capturing that corner?
Yes.
Now, 560, what part of the room are we looking at here?
It's like the dining area between the main room and the kitchenette.
Showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 562. Are we looking at the bottom of that kind of dining table?
Yes.
And then 563, is this the top of that dining room table?
Yes, it is.
And actually, in the State's Exhibit 563 here on the table, and then 565, can we actually see some of those garbage bags?
Yes.
And then in 564, where are we looking in the room?
We're between the kitchenette and the little dining area, looking back towards the door to the room.
Now, next to that TV, was there a closet area
Yes.
in 568? Do we see that here on the left?
Yes.
And then 570, is this the last portion of the room?
Yes.
Now, throughout the room out in the open, did you find much?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you 572. Now, of the items that were found, what are we seeing here?
Are you referring to the book or the clothing?
Was the book found?
There was a book found,
All right.
yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 574. Is that a zoom in of that book?
It is, yes.
And what was that book?
It's a book authored by the Reverend T.D. Jakes, and it's 64 Lessons for Life Without Limits.
Now, were then items, as part of the processing, were items marked?
Yes. Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 575. 575. Now down here below that book, what do we see here in kind of that corner area of the bed and the chair?
It's a few items of clothing.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 576 for those items.
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 579. What are we seeing here?
That is me holding the book.
And then in State's Exhibit 580, what do we see here?
It is like inside the cover, handwritten for Eugene, Joshua 1:9, God is with you, love, DT.
And did the processing continue throughout?
Yes, it did. Yeah.
Now, in State's Exhibit 581, where are we located in the room?
At the foot of the bed, standing right in front of the television.
Now, in State's Exhibit 582, where are we looking here?
This is underneath the bed.
Has that kind of train to the mattress been lifted up?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 584. What are we seeing underneath the bed?
Some additional clothing. Looks like a pair of underwear.
Now, was the note that you previously read out marked?
Yes, it was.
Same with that little, I guess, tie-off portion of the that little baggie in the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as States. Let me ask you this. Were there areas within the bathroom that were of interest in this case?
Yes, there were.
For the jurors, you can kind of explain, I guess, things that caught your attention within the bathroom.
So there were some areas that had some discoloration or what we suspected to be some blood in different areas of the bathroom.
Now, when you have areas that are of suspected blood in areas, are swabs taken?
Yes, they are.
And then along with all of the towels that were located within the bathroom, were those all collected and photographed?
Yes.
Alright. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 620. It might be a little hard to see here, but is one of those items of interest or areas of interest located here?
Yes.
And can we kind of see some markings here on the rim?
Yes, on the lip of the tub, there's some slight discolorations.
And I guess I could have shown you a better picture. 623, is that a zoomed in area of that?
Yes, it is.
Now, when areas of interest have been located, are they marked in some fashion?
Say that again.
You're dreaming. You gotta feed 6 months.
All right, everyone. Chief. Before you get started, is everyone rolling? Everyone have their mic check and white balance? Sharice, are you good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if everyone is good, can I get a thumbs up just to make sure? All right, I appreciate that. Chief Span?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Deputy Chief Princina Span of the Criminal Investigations Division. Today, I have with me Captain Dearlove of our Major Crime Section, Lieutenant Butler of our Homicide Unit, as well as our lead investigator, Investigator Malone. Today, we are here to solicit the assistance of the public to help us identify certain people of interest that you'll see shortly. These particular individuals are involved in the horrific incident that happened April 4th in Piedmont Park that took the life of Tiana Robinson. We had great success before, and I know that the public will certainly help us again with identifying these particular individuals of interest. But today, I'm going to bring up Captain Dearlove and let him give you an overview of the incident.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. So background on this case. This incident occurred on April 4th at Piedmont Park. Our victim is Ms. Tiana Robinson, who is 16 years old. Ms. Robinson was at Piedmont Park that evening with friends where a altercation occurred, and it culminated in a shooting incident. Ms. Robinson was struck in that incident. Ms. Robinson was an unintended victim that night. This is an active homicide investigation. Our homicide unit is diligently and actively pursuing individuals involved in this incident. As we stated before, we've released Crime Stopper tips, which has been successful. We're here today again to solicit assistance from the public with us for this investigation. In addition, we're announcing that we're going to increase the Crime Stopper reward to $25,000 for persons of interest. Investigator Malone, who's our lead investigator, will provide background on this footage and bolo description.
Good evening. It's Detective Malone. There's going to be a video that is going to be observed, as well as an image of an individual that is seen immediately leaving Piedmont Park and seen possessing a firearm just after the fatal shooting. He's accompanied with two other individuals throughout the park, as well as once they leave the location. So the request is, if anyone possibly has identification of any of the individuals, if they could reach out to our homicide unit for the identification purposes. And these are the individuals in question at this time that I'm making efforts to identify who's seen leaving with a gun. And with that, I'll turn it back over.
And now we're going to introduce you to the family of Ms. Tiana Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Robinson, the father of Tiana Robinson, and I just want someone to speak up about what happened at Piedmont Park on 4/4. Please, we can't let this this murder just go away as another unsolved case. We have to solve this case, not just for my family, but for the whole city. This touched a lot of people. I'm getting messages and phone calls from everybody hearing about it, and Tiana was, she's a very loved person all over. So please, if you know something, please say something. We have to solve this. We need your help. And, thanks.
My name is Tanisha Watkins. I'm the mother of Tiana. I want justice, because if it was somebody else's child, niece, cousin, or whatever, y'all want the same thing. I want justice. We can't sleep. My oldest daughter just graduated. She didn't even want to watch the stage because our sister wasn't there. We just asking for someone to speak up.
Hi, my name is Nia. I'm her cousin. A lot of people were at that park that day, and I know a lot of people may have seen what happened. As you can see, this is really affecting my family. We're so hurt by this, and there's not a day that goes by that we don't think about her. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. This is the worst pain that I've ever felt in my life. So I'm just pleading with the public, the city of Atlanta, anyone on the outskirts that's seen anything or know these individuals, please say something so we can get justice. It's hard to sleep, it's hard to eat, it's hard to do regular things because we know that her murder is unsolved. So if you know anything, please help us. Please say something. It's okay to say something. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So again, we'd like to urge the public to call Crime Stoppers The number is 404-577-TIPS. Again, 404-577-TIPS if you have any information on the particular individual, persons of interest that you saw in that video.
We'll now have questions. We'll start with A&F.
What do you guys have to say about the public out there, the people that are worried that these guys are still out there to begin with? I mean, to see this person with the gun, it seems like there's no regard at this point for any human life or anything like that.
So what we have to say to the public is this, simply, we need the public's help. Of course, we know that guns are legal, but when they get into the hands of those individuals who mean to cause harm to other people, something has to be done about it. And certainly, we want to solicit the assistance of the public. Now, again, the department is doing everything in our power that we can to solve this particular crime, as the reason why we're here today.
I think I'm next. It's Deidre, Fox 5. Initially, in the initial days following the shooting, you all released images of 3 individuals, persons of interest. Are you still looking for those 3 individuals? And the individual that you featured here today, is he one of the 3, or is this a 4th individual?
It is not the same individual. There was success, as mentioned earlier, of the initial release. This is an additional individual observed during the course of the investigation, and that is, as stated, in addition to the initial release.
So you're now looking for 4?
This is an additional person. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
January 11.
Obviously, a decent amount of time has passed since the shooting has happened. Do you believe what contributing factors makes it so hard to try and identify these individuals, especially the fact that there is now another person that you guys believe is involved in this case?
Public outcry is the biggest because the public was there for significant periods of time. They were present at the time of the gunshots being fired, as well as present after the gunshots were fired. And that public outcry is a big issue in reference to being able to further assist in the investigation, as they have thus far already. So although time has passed, it's a horrific incident. I'm sure that the memories have not faded. And that's what we're asking for. If people can recall that day and anything that they may have seen that proves to be relevant to the investigation.
Tom, you have a question? No, thank you. Yes. So, yeah. So this is the 4th person we're looking at. I could read the back of his shirt, something about cough syrup. Do you know what the front of his T-shirt says?
I don't recall the writing on the front of the T-shirt, but of course the writing on the back is significantly larger, and the writing is easily able to be read. So I'm not absolutely familiar with the front writing on the shirt.
And we've said Ms. Robinson was the unintended victim of this shooting. Do we know what prompted the shooting or who was shooting at who at this point?
At this point, no, sir.
Do you think it involves some kind of confrontation between 2 groups of young people, or?
Without the identity of all individuals, then I don't think that I would be able to say that it's young people. Just identity of the individuals would have to be determined first prior to making such an assessment.
And was the victim, I didn't cover the story initially, how many times was she shot? Was it 1 time? Or was it more than once?
One gunshot wound is accounted for.
Can I ask, what is your message to, because with so many individuals that you're searching for, so many people who were at the park that day, you'd have to believe that someone, possibly other friends or family members, do know these individuals were involved. For whatever reason, they're not coming forward. What's your message to them today?
I plead to those that have knowledge about the incident to dig deep, do the right thing, make the phone call, give the information that they are aware of regarding this incident.
A&M.
You know Jazz Fest is coming up soon. Are you guys going to be increasing your security out there at Piedmont Park?
Jazz Fest is this weekend. I don't want to take away, of course, from the story that we're covering today, but yes, there is a very, very robust plan to have units in the parks on the Beltline. You'll see officers all over the city. So there's not one area that won't be uncovered. We recognize Memorial Day weekend is a large-scale event where a lot of people love to come to our city. And so, of course, safety is our #1 priority.
And we already have a statement related to the Memorial Day weekend and Jazz Fest. Let's push this story back to a life, Tiana Robinson. It's important to know that the Crime Stoppers reward has gone up by $10,000. It was at last check, it was $15,000. It is now up to $25,000. And if there are no other questions, any updates will come from the Public Affairs Unit. Thank you, CID.
Thank you.
Did y'all send a copy of that video?
The video and small slides are on our website.
Are they on their Facebook or?
They're on the ABD website, so you can just pull the video straight from there.
Thank you.
Let me give you all the name of the cousin who spoke. His name is Nia Parham, N-I-A-P-A-R-H-A-M. John, can you put Tiana's photo back up? That's through Crime Stoppers of Greater Atlanta, which is, it's a whole process.